Hello
Hey.
there.
Okay, yeah, we're here. We're live. It says live.
It says live. That
It
must
says
mean we're
live for
live.
sure. I know. It's so factual.
How factual is it?
As
It's.
factual as John Kelly's obsession with me.
Is he really? That's funny to me. I've been so out of the loop because I've been dead.
Yeah, it's really adorable how he hangs on to every word I say.
Yep.
Anyways, viewers, welcome to the 6th edition of the Gramcast. Ironically, this time without Grass Gremlin. We have myself, Lady Fuzztail. We have Kota as the star sequence, QQ, the cute blue furry, and Alto Bun,
Hey.
the token gay bunny here.
Yeah, I'm so gay, guys. Come on. I just want
He's our token minority. That's all.
to gargle
Yeah.
a bucket of dicks right now. That's how gay I am.
How do you gargle a dick?
I don't know. You just gotta. Well, you're not very good at it if you're gargling with it. You gotta
It's like toothpaste, but only with semen.
Ooh.
Oh wow, that's gross. Yeah. Fuzztail's got me beat over
Okay,
here,
moving
guys.
on. Moving on.
Before we get into the schematics of this. Semantics, rather.
Alright, so let's
how's
start.
everyone's week been then?
I've been doing good. I've been drawing a lot of monster designs. Oh, and finishing some fan art for Modern Bubsy.
You and your Bubsy. You're just
Bubsy,
addicted to it now, aren't you?
you're so ridiculous. I have been working a lot at my job of taking care of animals and stuff. I got some ridiculous calls I'll go into later. Won't get too deep right now.
Mhm.
And I've been playing a lot of games, especially the Sky of 5. I freaking love that game. And yeah, that has been my week. It's been very boring.
Oh yeah, I have been playing a lot of Painkiller Hell and Damnation.
Oh yeah, I noticed you were playing that today. I was like, oh man.
Yeah, I have to say that it is not as good as the original, because let's just say that only half the levels available has card unlocks, and they kind of did it where every level can have up to 2 card unlocks. So you pretty much have the main campaign, which is like 12, 13 levels long, and each of them has like either 1 or 2 card unlocks. And then you have like the DLC, which is pretty much like the entire other half of the game. And it's basically just like a long, poorly paced remakes of the older levels, with a lot of padding added to it, and there is no card unlock, so you're pretty much just going around killing stuff. Well, that is
That
fun,
sucks.
right? Yeah, well, that is fun, right? The real draw of Painkiller is the challenge of unlocking cards while you go through the levels.
Fun.
hmm
I
So
thought
I
the
think
painkiller
that's
was
it.
just killing shit.
Well, there
It's
is
killing your pain.
no. It's about killing shit and impressing the card, the gods by satisfying the card unlock criteria.
I just like accidentally heard the other stream and it weirded me out. Like I was like, why am I hearing a voice that sounds like me? Oh, it is me. Hang on, I'll just go mute that. I didn't realize it because I just clicked it just now.
Yeah. So I have to say that if you're looking to buy Painkiller A Hell and Damnation, I wouldn't recommend it unless it is at least 75% off, which it usually goes into that kind of a discount. Anyways.
Yeah, isn't that discount like every week you'll get it?
Yeah.
It's like literally every week it gets discounted.
hmm
Something
No
like that.
exaggeration.
So, Q, how's your week been then?
Work's been stressful as usual. But other than that, I actually got some time to play some Torchlight 2, so I'm happy with that.
Oh my god, we need to play that together.
We need to all play that together. Guys,
Yeah.
next stream is going to be us playing Torchlight 2 getting mad at each other for dying. It's going to be great.
Actually,
on
that is an
hardcore
idea
mode.
for a midweek group stream.
That'd be really fun. I would honestly enjoy doing that with you guys.
Mhm.
No, my favorite
yeah,
thing, I
that'd be
love how
fun.
Torchlight 2 has like all those really, like, for once the modding community in a game is like super into it. Like they make
Mm.
interesting mods that aren't like out of the lore. You know what I mean? like a lot of the mods in that game are just other classes that could very well fit in the lore, or classes from the other Torchlight.
Yep, and the best
It's
part
cool.
of Torchlight 2 is that it is 3 times as cheap as Diablo 3 and 3 times better.
I love Torchlight 2. I can honestly say I played more Torchlight 2 than Diablo 3.
Yeah.
Like much
But
more.
Diablo 3, right? Like if you want to get the good experience, you would have to pretty much pay $80.
Yeah, you had to buy everything. You
Uh-huh.
had to buy all the expansions, everything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know. Torchlight. So when I play an ARPG, I'll finally be able to string those letters together. ARPG. When I play an ARPG, what really does it, makes it or breaks it for me, is if the loot drop system is compelling to me. And most of the other ARPGs that have come out recently aren't nearly as compelling to me as Torchlight 2's was. I think Torchlight 2 hit a nice balance of you still want to pick up the vendor trash because your pet will just carry it around and sell it for you, and yet it'll eventually over time distribute enough cool loot that it actually feels like you're accomplishing something.
I kind of like
Uh,
what Diablo 3 did for the vendor trash, which is make it into another disenchantable
Mhm.
item for you to collect and use for the legendaries.
But yeah, speaking of Torchlight, really quick, if I may, I actually know. I know the guy. I know a guy who voiced a bunch of voices in the first Torchlight game. Like, I'm not sure if you guys know, he was the alchemist, the bard, and like the old weird merchant.
Oh,
Yeah, I know that guy in real life. He's actually a really, really nice guy. Like, I love
Cool.
him. He's actually gay. That's another fun thing for you.
You just hang out with a bunch of gays, don't you?
Not even really. He comes to where I work. He's a client there.
Oh, cool.
And he has a pet, and he's a really nice guy. And actually, he also voiced. Fun fact: when I met him, he said he was a voice actor. And I asked him if he voiced all that stuff. He actually do you guys ever know the old Bethesda game Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth, Call of Cthulhu?
Call
Call
of
of
like
Duty.
Cthulhu,
it was
Dark
like
Corners
that.
of the Earth. I think I
Yeah,
may have
that
heard
one.
that, yes.
He was all like the fish people. He was all the like deep ones
Nice.
and that. And he didn't use an effect to do that. He can actually just do that.
Holy shit.
Wow.
It's so weird he did it, and I was like, no way. That's so cool. It was
Oh,
just
cool.
he's a really
I actually
cool
own the
voice.
game. I didn't realize that.
Which
Yeah,
Call of
he-
Cthulhu game are you talking about?
The Dark Corners of the Earth.
of the Earth, yeah.
The old
It's
Bethesda
actually a
one.
very good game.
It's a very good game. I love
Yeah.
that game.
It's
He's
kind of
also
like in the same
Strider
vein
Hero
as
U,
Clive
which-
Barker's Undying.
Yeah, he's also the new Strider Hero. That's pretty cool.
Ooh, Strider.
Yeah, it's funny because I guess he said he wasn't 100% sure he was the new Strider voice until the game released and Capcom sent him a copy and was like, "Yeah, you're the new Strider voice." They kept it really secret. They didn't want anyone to know who got it because he just had, okay, everyone just record your lines. We'll decide which one we like best. Which is weird, right? And then they sent it to
They
him.
paid
and
a ton of money, right? Because that means they treated everyone as if they were a potential candidate.
Yeah, and I feel like that would be a pretty interesting, kind of strange but unique way to do voice casting for a main character in a game. But yeah, it's him. It ended up being him, and it was fucking cool. I was like, dude, right on.
Awesome.
Now, if only Capcom were this awesome in the other areas of their operations.
I mean, they're trying recently, mind you.
Alright, Coda, what have you been doing this week?
My week has been kind of a little bit lackluster, but I did finish Soma, and also I've been playing Mafia 2.
How was Soma? I didn't actually play it yet.
Soma is very, very fun. I will say that. And
How does it compare to Amnesia?
how does it compare?
It's like the first Amnesia, we'll say.
Let's say, really on the scary factor, it's almost actually it's a little bit more scary than Amnesia 1, simply because a lot of the puzzles do actually still have the possibility of the monster area. Not just, oh, now I just entered a room and now I got an hour to figure out what to do next, and there's nothing that's going to be possibly messing with me. There's always something around the corner. And there's alternative alternative ways this time to actually go through, depending upon how you actually choose to interact with it. Along
Yeah,
with
I
the
figured that would be
story,
pretty. Yeah, I figured that would be pretty stressful, having a
along
Yeah.
with the
monster on your
story
tail all the time.
poses a few more type of how shall we say, philosophical type of questions involving, well, a little bit of a spoiler. The
Spoiler
character,
alert! Spoiler alert!
spoiler alert, for the for the main character, his mind is copied into a machine, but he doesn't realize it at first.
So it's kind
And
of like
then,
Matrixy. Is it like Matrixy in that way?
not particularly, because it does it a lot differently. Anyway, um, his mind is in a machine, and he is a copy, but he does not realize that he is not the original until later on, when reality fucks up with what is actually going on with his perception, and then starts adjusting with what is actually he is. Now comes the question of, can a machine who thinks it's a human actually register and adapt to believing it is not a human, but still having the human type of thoughts and emotions?
That's deep, bro.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's
Yeah, that
weird
has
though. It
always
seems like
been
an
a.
interesting
And
step
can
for
it
them, doesn't it?
Yeah.
also not go mad with realizing it's not human, even though it thinks it is?
That's actually kind of cool. I was kind of I wasn't sure what to expect all of Soma because Soma was oddly like I don't know. I expected to be more like front and center in this time of Halloweeniness since it is October. But it wasn't. It really. I didn't hear a lot of people I knew talking about it. You're actually one of I think two people I know who've talked to me about it at all. And it did look good, mind you. I didn't think less of it, but I just thought it was kind of interesting that nobody was really raving and ranting about it during this month.
So far, it's really been a little bit more of a, I want to say it's going to be a sleeper hit or whatever, because really it hasn't gotten that much attention.
It's true.
Which is a shame because from what I've heard from you talking about it, right, it seems to be one of the more cleverly written horror titles this year.
Yeah, I really do want to see it, or play it rather. I guess blast on a movie when we talk about see it.
Well, yep, that's been my weekend, playing Mafia 2 and enjoying the, ear- the early World War II era America and being a
Sorry
member
about
of the Mafia. Yep. At one time, my character actually had the stereotype mustache. As a joke.
that. That's awesome. I
Uh,
like Mafia 2. Mafia 2 is a good game. I actually really have high hopes for Mafia 3. By the
yep.
way,
Well, let's start begin. Let's begin with what we have for, as far as gaming news goes. First up in our list, stylish brawler uppers for the PS Vita. This is the Japan-only title, mind you.
is it only in Japan? Have they said they're for sure not releasing in America?
Well, I don't think it's a big deal since Vitas aren't region locked, are they?
I don't think they are, but even
Not.
then, there's currently no plans to localize it.
Mhm.
And this game, I think, without people completely bitching at the, oh my god, this is degrading women everywhere for the one thing that goes on in it, would need
Yeah, I've noticed
it to
that
be
there.
censored.
Yeah, I noticed that the one of the persons involved is titled as a huge boob producer, Kenichiro Takaki.
What did he make? Didn't he? He did a Shit, I'm trying to remember now because I know the name, but I'm not connecting it to the game Steve's made for some reason. Can you help me out here? Help me out here. What did he make?
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
I thought you were gonna lead into something with that. But yeah, like
But
I love Marvelous, so I would really almost hope because they release things Marvelous that really wouldn't have normally been released in the States. Like
Mhm.
I'm not sure what they did the Senran Kagura games,
Mhm.
and
true.
think about years like in the PS2 era. There's no way those games would have come out in the States at all because there would have been no interest for them. But I feel like there is enough of an interest in the niche market of weird Japanese
Mhm.
games, whether
Oh,
for the
okay.
boobs or for the weirdness,
Mhm.
that they might bring it to the States if enough people start going,
Yeah.
we want this, we love it.
Mhm.
We
Yeah,
love
this
you
is an
guys,
interesting
Marvelous.
premise. This is an interesting motive for the player. Like, as you succeed, the girls will cheer you on, and if you defeat the enemies in front of the girls, you will power up, as well as unlock an option to grab their breasts and even bury your face in their bosom.
Yeah, I mean,
Is this designed to give Polygon writers a heart attack?
I want it to. I really want it. That'd be
Yeah, this
hilarious.
is
Like,
yeah, this is all the more reason why this should be ported to U.S. shores because this is going to raise a big stink in the SGW community, and the salt will be glorious.
it would. It would be hilarious. I 100% agree.
Yeah. And you
Hmm.
know what? We all would also have a pretty nice brawler in the process. I mean, seriously.
It looks really cool, honestly. I want to play
Uh,
it.
let's see,
Yeah.
attacks will automatically switch depending on your proximity to the enemy, and you can
It looks really
relentlessly wail upon
interesting.
enemies while they. Does that mean that the fighting system would be a lot like the Batman system, where if you see an enemy about to attack you, you will jump to them and wail on them?
Hmm. Could be.
Because if that's the case, then that actually makes it a bit better because the combat system in the Batman games are actually quite solid. So
You
yeah.
know what it reminds me of? It
Kind of
reminds from
okay.
the sheer appearance. I know this is gonna fall on a lot of deaf ears because I think I was like one of like 30 people in the world who picked this as their free game after the whole PSN going down thing.
Yeah.
Um, this reminds me of Kenkabancho, but more mature.
Hmm.
Did anyone else here play Kenkabancho? Anyone in the stream? Anyone at all? Because I love that game. I want them to release another one here in the States.
Hmm.
Kenkabancho, for anyone who hasn't played it, is basically you're a high school delinquent on vacation in State. You have to fight all the other high school delinquents from all the other regions of Japan and be like the king. And it's really cool. And it's kind of plays like Yakuza. It's free roam around the city, basically. It's cool. I like it. But yeah,
Uh,
if this is anything like that, I totally want it to come to the States.
mm. Yeah, I like beat 'em ups. Like the best part of beat 'em ups is that it really gives us the option to get together and just fight a lot of bunch of bad dudes together.
Yeah, I always like co-op beat 'em ups too. They're really fun.
Yeah. Hmm. And the best part about beat 'em ups is that they usually come with friendly fire on, so there's always like a chance to mess up, and that leads to some pretty hilarious fails.
Yeah. I mean, what do you guys think about this? Are you guys either Coda or QQ? Are you guys fans of brawlers like we are? I'm not sure if you are.
No, I mostly did most of my gaming youth in the N64 era, and it was my friends were all Nintendo fans, did not own any other console, and the N64 era for brawlers was like crap.
It was a
So
wasteland. Except for, like, I guess PS1 had some okay ones,
Mm.
but there really weren't a lot on N64. You're right. I think there was like one, wasn't there? But it was
there was one that was
I
there was a 3D
yeah.
brawler called something Force. I forgot what it was, but it was really bad.
that sucks. I'm so sorry.
I'm trying to remember what it was. I just remember.
All I
Uh,
know is that I played a Final Fight clone on the SNES. I forgot what its name, but it played a lot like Final Fight, and it was a lot of fun.
So I gotta ask this question really quick. So Fuzztail, since where you live is kind of right in there. It's in the area of Asia
Arcade games.
where a lot of my friends have gone and come back with bootleg brawler games. Have you
Yeah.
ever personally seen anything like that or played anything like that?
Not for a long time, since
Not for a long time. Oh,
everything
it's
is
kind of
like.
hard these days. Like back when you were younger,
Mm.
did you
Yeah, back
ever like
when
encounter stuff like that?
yeah, back when I was younger, I would encounter a lot of this like Final Fight like clones that are produced in Japan, and they played just as solidly as Final Fight.
Yeah, see, I hear that from a lot of people. Like everyone thinks like bootleg games are just instantly just
Mm.
like, oh, it's bootleg, so it must be total crap and not play well. I'm like, no, well,
No,
I
there are some
yeah,
really
some
good
of them work
bootlegs.
fine
Yeah.
if they tried, you
Uh,
know.
yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Otherwise, we will
Yeah,
never get through
yeah.
this.
Whenever we get off this topic, we just stop.
Okay,
Oh, I
so
looked up what the N64 game I was talking about was. It was called Fighting Force. It also came for the PlayStation.
Did
And
it? I never played
yeah,
Fighting Force.
yeah,
well,
That
it
looks
was.
good.
speaking of old PlayStation games, then guess what might come back from a blast from the past? A
Legacy of
new,
Kain.
yes, a new single-player Legacy of Kain. There's a 50-50 chance. Crystal Dynamics says that the next single-player game will be Legacy of Kain.
That excites me greatly.
Yeah, but it kind of raises a question. If it's only 50-50, then what is the other 50%?
We're not making it. I feel like we're just gonna pour all our money into Nosgoth for no goddamn reason,
Yeah.
even
Ooh,
though it's not
Nosgoth
going
was
well.
announced.
Well,
Eh,
Nosgoth was all right. It was just like it wasn't good lore wise. It didn't fit. It felt like it was a complete. If they had not slapped like the entire Legacy of Kain, like oh, this is a Legacy of Kain game, like on there, I feel like it would have been better received. I feel like it would have been like this is not a terrible game. I
But it's
really hope that this
Nosgoth.
doesn't suffer the same fate of being like, yo, we're gonna make it, but we're gonna do it all weird, and it's not gonna make any fucking sense or be cognitively at all connected to the Legacy
Yeah.
of Kain.
for
Honestly,
those
though,
who don't know much about Legacy of Kain, the series, the last game came out in 2003,
Yep.
called Legacy of Kain Defiance.
And I think wasn't that one like considered by players to be like not the best of the Legacy of Kain series, like at all? Like it wasn't that well received, was it?
And the worst one is considered Blood Omen 2.
Really? I didn't know that. Okay, I thought Defiance is
uh,
the one that everyone was like blah about.
I'll need to play through the Legacy of Kain series once again in the near future because this is getting me in the mood.
Yes. It's
Also,
a
also
very
Nosgoth is supposedly is supposed to be the multiplayer portion of a new Legacy of Kain game called Dead Sun. And that game was quietly cancelled despite how promising it was. Look at recently shown gameplay and screenshots. So
Yeah, that's
you
what I heard. That's
mentioned
why I was like,
Nosgoth being terrible, right? Why was
yeah,
it terrible? It actually looks good.
it's not bad. It just feels like they tried to be like, okay, so after they canceled the single player version, they just kept doing Nosgoth, and everyone was like, this looks nothing like Legacy of Kain. What are you doing? And it
Where's
kind
my
of,
Legacy of Kain, dude?
yeah, they like, and
Actually,
they
it kind of
just kind
looks
of,
like it.
it looked similar, but it was like mishmashed in the lore
Uh,
category. Like if you read some of the lore, it was like they hadn't even played the previous Legacy of Kain games or anything like that.
uh,
So, could it be comparable in, let's say, this is comparable in terms of what this one company did for Shadowrun Online, in terms of what
Now, see, I wouldn't
Nosgoth
say
is.
it's. I would say it's almost worse because it's like, it's not even like the lore is that fucked up because it's kind of fucked up. It's more like they just brushed it all away and were like, let's start it over and just act like it's the same thing.
Now, do
And
you
I'm
know
like,
what they mean by comparison between what Nosgoth is and what that game was? Between its original, original creation, what Shadowrun,
no, I don't know what you mean.
Shadowrun
What you
Online
mean?
was.
mm,
Okay, Shadowrun Online
I know
was,
what Shadowrun Online is, but I just don't know the story behind it and why
yeah,
it's bad.
well,
well,
Shadowrun Online, as from what I remember, is an FPS multiplayer FPS, right?
yes, that It was
Well,
a
there's your
multiplayer
problem.
only. It was a multiplayer only FPS based on a turn-based tabletop.
RPG. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. You know what? Yeah, I
Is
can
it
see that
obvious.
one.
that? Is Nosgoth that much of a butchering from the Legacy of Kain series?
In a sense, yes. Also, and now, mind you guys, I'm not just talking out my ass here. I have played Nosgoth. I have played Nosgoth extensively, trying to like it. Because I do like Legacy of Kain. I'm a big freaking fan of it.
Mm.
I love Soul Reaver on PS1. Like I remember that. I remember getting that game on a demo disc.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, I guess this is kind of a lesson in making a multiplayer only game is that you would run the risk of your game just dying off quickly because once the players start to leave, you have nothing to turn back into.
hmm
And if you piss off the players who are faithful to the series it was supposedly based on, then you're not going to give the fans an incentive to play the game.
I'm not sure if you guys remember when it was first getting announced in the posts on sites like 4chan, 8chan, all those sites, all the chans in general was, and even Reddit was like freaking out, like, what the fuck is this? Like, how is this Legacy of Kain? It's like a big multiplayer arena game, and it seemed looks like it would. I mean, it looks kind of similar, but and then you heard them talking about the lore in the video, and it got so many dislikes they had to like turn off the rating system on the video. It was just bad news.
Wow.
So I
You know
really
what
hope
would've
this
been
doesn't mean a similar fate, is what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
really
with
hope
all
so.
this.
And I would have said that what would have been a much more smarter move would be to bring the game back into the drawing board and try to listen to the fans so that they can actually bring a proper Legacy of Kain experience, be it single player or multiplayer.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, guys, if you're developing a game, right, based on a long-established series, the worst thing you can do is to go against what your fans want, because
Mm-hmm.
what your fans have been waiting for many years is exactly what you need to deliver. No more,
Yep.
no less, nothing different.
Yeah, just
So,
fucking do what they've been asked for. Yeah, go ahead.
On to the next topic.
So, world's first Wii U emulator is released. That's right.
Already?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah, isn't that depressing?
Now,
Well,
here
yeah.
is the specs for the emulator. It can run encrypted Wii U images, WD, and RPF/RPL files. Internal resolution is 1920 by 1080 if supported by game. For controller input, see here.
No
Yada,
link
yada.
in it.
Contains no optimizations.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's bet.
It's gonna be a train wreck, isn't that?
So let me guess, this is running on machine code and not high-level code in
It's
translation.
probably just like someone just tried to rip the code and then was like, it's good enough, and released it.
It does run commercial Wii U games, but that's about it. Oh, and also it can only be run on 64-bit systems.
Holy
And
hell!
They've only tested it with NVIDIA. On Intel, it's garbled, but will run if you have the right OpenGL version, and AMD is not tested at all.
Oh boy. Furthering the tradition of shafting AMD consumers. Fuck off.
I'm interested to see where this goes. I'm betting that it'll be one of the when it comes to emulating a system, there's false starts. I'm betting that this is a false start, but that the code will be used again for something that actually works.
You know what my problem is though with it? Do you
What?
think this is going to get like a cease and desist or something? That was my thing. Is
Probably.
Nintendo is going left and right with that kind of thing.
Now, also another thing that's mentioned here is it requires a mouse and keyboard. It does not support controller or gamepad.
What the fuck?
Yep,
Yeah.
this is either very preliminary in a project or it's a false start.
I think
feel
it's
it's
a very,
very
very
false starting.
preliminary. I think it's a very preliminary, very unpolished piece of software, and it is only to be used for like testing purposes, like testing and proof of concept.
Yeah,
Yeah, well-
that's actually interesting. That's one of the first things that you can use things like that for is as a dev kit for homebrew type things.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of funny because in the N64 days, I keep going on about the N64 days.
You know the N64.
You're an old man.
Yeah, the early piracy devices like the the Dr. V64 or
Oh, I remember that
the
shit. I
Z64?
remember that shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Acclaim bought those things because they were cheaper than official Nintendo dev kits, and they used them as dev
Yep.
kits. So this could be
They ended
used.
up becoming just as good, if you remember correctly. I mean, like,
Yeah.
Acclaim made some killer games back then, too.
Yeah, Acclaim made some of the best games for the system. They basically invented dual stick FPS controls too, with their Turok series. Even though it wasn't dual stick at the time, it was dual. You use the C buttons like they're your movement stick, and your main joystick as if it was your look stick. But yeah, they were using devices that were not
They're,
intended
like,
to be dev kits
pirated.
as dev kits. Yeah, you could totally do that with an emulator like this if you're making homebrew for the Wii U. Just load it up, test it preliminary in there as you're developing, and then when you're ready to
That's
ship
funny.
it to the real system, transfer it over.
I've already seen a basic, I think it was like, it was either just total shovelware or it was a homebrew. I was in my local retro game store
Okay.
called Luna Games.
Uh-huh.
I love those guys, they're awesome. I was looking at their used Wii U games. They only really sell used games for the most part of this place. And there was one that really just caught my eye. I almost bought it because it was $5. We look at the cover, and it was like one of those like 32 games in one pack.
Wow.
And I'm like,
Well, that is-
how does it already exist on the Wii U? It's been
Wow.
out like barely like a couple years.
Well, I think this is kind of typical for Nintendo systems. Like
Yeah,
Like,
that
I
happens a
remember
lot.
shortly after the GBA got released, right, we got like tons and tons of cartridges that were pretty much bootleg cartridges that
Mhm.
have like 400, 500 Game Boy Color games in it.
The only one that people really had a problem getting pirated games on was the Super Nintendo, if I remember correctly. You could not. I think it was pretty tough to make bootleg games for
Yeah.
because
Well,
they learned their
probably-
lesson with the NES, but then they just went straight back
Yeah.
with like
That's probably
Well-
because of how the cartridges are shaped
Yeah.
for the SNES.
It also had to do with the fact that it had a lockout chip
yep,
that the
it was pretty
official
cool.
Yeah,
cartridges had.
There were clever ways around that though. Like
Mhm.
Super Nintendo Arc.
when it
Yeah.
when it came to that, you just have a cartridge slot on your cartridge where you could slot an official cartridge into it, and then just use the lockout chip from the real cartridge. Just have a
Yeah.
pass through for those pins.
But there were so few because that was such a hassle. And
Yeah.
there was like so few of them. There was that Super Nintendo Arc, and I think there was like 3 other like bootleg weird games on the Super Nintendo. Like there was a ton of them on the NES, mind you.
Uh-huh.
Actually, there is a few more that was Chinese based, such as Pokemon Stadium for the Super Nintendo.
What?
Yeah.
There was a Chinese ripoff of Pokemon Stadium.
Yeah, China
Yeah.
has a lot of bootleg games.
Dude,
Based on
China's my
popular
hero for
franchises.
all their terrible
Yeah.
bootleg games. It's great.
Unfortunately,
have a
most of them
couple.
are terrible, buggy, and don't run very well.
But they're
There's
hilarious.
Also, this Pikachu's Adventure thing, where you play as Pikachu in this platform, whatever weird Super Nintendo game, and
Yeah, John tried like 10 of those. And it was so bad.
yes,
Yeah, and they were like all like really buggy, except for I think like one was not that buggy. But it's funny that we mentioned that because I remember I actually have a bunch of Tengen cartridges for my NES. Like I have Tengen Shinobi, which I'm not sure if you guys know what I'm talking about like at all. By the way, do you know what Tengen is? Anyone?
No.
No.
Okay, well, thank you for
Of course
responding.
You mean like the Hue cards for the TurboGrafx 16?
No. So Tengen was a company that would, after Nintendo stopped making certain games, they would make pirated bootleg versions of them on these black, really sleek cartridges that said Tengen and said non-official NES cartridge on the other side of it.
So they'd actually admit that it was a bootleg.
They outright admit, they said, we do not take responsibility if you get caught using this by someone.
Were they able to get away with it?
I don't know, but there's like a bajillion. You walk into any retro game store here in the States, I guarantee you will see at least one of these cartridges because they were
Yeah.
everywhere. They really distributed them like crazy, and it was bizarre because the way you really knew they were bootleg. Because I remember I saw the cartridge. My dad had one when he was young, and when he first went out to California, he was like in his 30s, and he'd had one, and it was
Hey, you know what? Actually, I remembered. I have
yeah.
a Tengen cartridge of Pac-Man for the Atari.
Yep. They did it for
Wow.
the Atari too, but they did it on NES, and they're like the black
Okay,
ones with
here's
that
an
little
important question.
tilt
Here's
to
an
'em.
important question.
What?
Is the Tengen version of Pac-Man for the Atari better than the original port?
No.
It runs. They ran about the same chronology. I have the actual Shinobi, and I also have Tengen Shinobi. They run exactly the same.
Oh, so basically the only difference is that one doesn't need that one is basically a pirated version of the other.
Basically, and a lot of them were made. You notice there's a lot of Sega games on Tengen because after Sega started work on Genesis and all that stuff, they didn't want to sell their games on the Nintendo platform because they wanted to start doing their own thing. So they
Uh-huh.
when they pulled them, Tengen started making them.
Uh-huh.
Like Shinobi was I believe that was a Sega game, and
Mhm.
Tengen started making it after Shinobi stopped being produced for the NES. It's really weird. Like, there's some history there. If you guys ever want to look up and just see some weird video game history, look up Tengen, Tengen. It's weird.
Uh-huh.
I
Well,
like it though.
nice talk. A little bit of interesting talk involving law for the Let's article. Simply because this involves attorneys.
Oh
Phoenix
boy.
Wright. Phoenix Wright and Apollo Justice are dual protagonists in the Nets Ace Attorney game. Ace Attorney sits.
Yeah. See, I haven't played Ace Attorney 5 yet. Everyone's gonna crucify me for that. I mean,
How
I love
dare
Ace
you?
Attorney games. They're fun as hell.
Yes, they are.
But I'm really excited to see. I'm glad they're still making them because they are interesting and fun little games. I'm glad to see it hasn't been like pushed off the market yet. But I mean, I don't think they ever will. There certainly is no lack of interest in Phoenix Wright, especially after all the memes made of the whole objection thing, and he's kind of immortalized in that way.
I am so annoyed at Capcom refusing to bring the second Edgeworth, not Edgeworth. I forget his name. The Phoenix Wright's rival. What's his name?
Oh, isn't it
Miles
Edgeworth?
Edgeworth. Yeah, it is Miles Edgeworth.
Yeah, it's Edgeworth.
Yeah, he had two games that I know of, and they refused to bring the second one to the U.S. because the first one didn't sell as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's the excuse of a lot of developers in Japan. Like, for example, I remember, um, when Dead Souls came out, Yakuza Dead Souls, and that of course didn't sell well in the Western market because, kind of unlike the Japanese market, our market is so saturated with zombie games we're ready to just blow our brains out at some points. Welcome back.
Thank you.
And yeah, like I was saying, when Yakuza Dead Souls came out in the West, it didn't sell super well because nobody wanted another zombie game at that point. It was at a time when zombie games were kind of like, people were like, "Oh, really?"
Oh
And
yes. It's
yeah.
kind of like the
But
World War
then
II shooter saturation.
and then yeah, exactly. And then Sega turns around and says, "Oh, by the way, we're not going to release Yakuza 5 because Dead Souls didn't sell super well." I'm like,
You mean a
before,
zombie spin-off?
yeah, but I'm like, because that was the most recent one prior to 5 being released in the States. I mean, they are releasing 5 now, mind you, which, thank God, there is a God. But during the time when they weren't, their excuse was there was not enough interest in the previous game, which was Dead Souls, not 4. 4 sold really well for a Western audience.
By the way, he's meaning Yakuza.
Yakuza. Yeah, we're talking about the Yakuza games, which are these. If you've never played a Yakuza game, go get. Here's my recommendation for you. Go get 3. Go get 4. 3 has the entire story of 1 and 2 on it, which is awesome. And then it has the full 3 game. And then you play 4 and you're caught up. You don't even need to look at Dead Souls. Don't look at it. It's scary. It's bad. Fuck your brain up. It's like drugs. But yeah, and I'm glad they're finally releasing Yakuza 5. But I mean, I really hope they keep releasing Japanese games like Phoenix Wright and Yakuza 5 and Yakuza and all these other games to the U.S. because I mean, I feel like every time I hear someone say Japanese games are just kind of tiresome to me. I've heard people say they don't like them anymore, and I'm like, why? They're also interesting. They're also different and fun, you know.
Well, it's a lot better than Call of Duty clone number 582.
Right? Like, I feel like after like what was it, the second Modern Warfare game, everyone's like, we gotta make an FPS. It's as good or better than Modern Warfare. It's the only way we're gonna make it, guys. We gotta do it.
Personally,
on a more cynical note, we need to make an FPS that we can market as being as good as or better.
Exactly. There you go. That's the way I should have said it right there.
Personally, I think that the series have peaked at Call of Duty 4 because, like, I don't think anything can top that what the fuck nuke that happened.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was great. Like, honestly, Call of Duty didn't always have like really tired kind of like. I remember a time I was like, oh shit, Call of Duty, good. It's gonna be a pretty cool story with an FPS. It's gonna be historical.
And now it costs $60 with at least another $80 in DLCs, and it releases every year. Have fun.
Yeah. There's no excitement. There's no build-up. Remember the wait between Call of Duty 3 and Call of Duty 4? Remember how long that shit was? It was like a 3 or 4 year. No, it was like 3-year period before they released 4.
Like before Call of Duty 4, right? Nobody actually knew that there was a Call of Duty series.
I loved 3. Don't get me wrong. I used to play 3 all the time. Like I loved it. And I was like, oh shit, 4's kind of like that was really good. And then I played Modern Warfare 2. I'm like that was okay. Not as great as 4, but I still not. And then 3 came out, and then Black Ops, and then 3. I was like, okay, this is stupid. I'm done.
Yeah.
Like I mean, and at first I had some kind of high hopes. I looked at Black Ops 3's trailer. It honestly looks better than the more recent ones have been. But at this point, I'm like, am I really going to go buy another Call of Duty game? I've bought like 1 million of these things. I need to stop.
They all just got quite the same, and now the only reason you buy it anymore is just because of that
honestly, right, I think that Call of Duty's writing is basically people trying so hard to recapture the thriller,
the magic of the original ones.
No, the thriller atmosphere and tenseness of a Tom Clancy novel.
Yeah, and you can't do it.
Yeah, and you know why? Because the mechanics of a Call of Duty game is so diametrically opposed to the feeling that the book is supposed to give you, like the books.
Yeah, like I feel like a lot. Yeah, I agree. It's like they're trying to make like a war movie or a war. I don't know how we got on Call of Duty, but I feel like they're trying to make a war movie or a war book in a game form, and you can't really do that with a formula where it's a very, very modern, you heal by standing still sort of first-person shooter.
Yeah, you know what have worked? A system like the classic Rainbow Six games.
I agree 100% with that.
Yeah, because every injury you take has weight throughout the whole campaign. And that makes things very, very stressful. And I think that kind of stressfulness is important.
What'd you say, Coda?
Especially in case if one of your teammates dies. Now you're a dead member.
You actually feel the loss.
Yeah, you're like, shit, I'm not getting that guy back, and he was really helpful. Like, he actually shot at people.
Yeah, I mean, like if you lost Dingo Chavez, right, you're pretty much screwed over because he's the best person in your squad.
Yeah. Wait, we're talking about which one?
The classic Rainbow Six games.
Which one though? Vegas?
Rogue Spear.
Rogue Spear. Okay, yeah, I love that one too.
Yeah, when I say
I like the first Rainbow Six Vegas as well, though. I loved the original Rainbow Six Vegas. That shit was awesome. Like, it might have been in an era where they were starting to be like, okay, we're getting a little bit over the top, but I still enjoyed it. Still fun. Yeah.
I think this topic is coming to a close. Now on
Yes.
to the next one.
Game Duel Simulator.
I was dying at this just a minute ago.
Yeah, simulators. Simply recreate a city or a functioning society or old news. Our new bread and butter simulators like Goat Simulator, Cat Simulator, Grass Simulator. Now we have Game Duel Simulator.
Here are the game's key features. Millions of Easter eggs. Let's see. You can watch for hours the face of Gabe. You
That's
can
what-
release
I like how
Half-Life
the
3.
I gotta say, I like how the fucking the features are listed like the person was not speaking English at all. They couldn't Google Translate. Like
Yeah.
I don't think Fuzztail's doing it. It literally is like so stilted sounding. Like
Okay, let me
first
try
one.
it.
yeah,
Okay.
try again.
You can-
Just go
You
for it.
can
Do it.
release Half-Life 3. You can eliminate forever Half-Life 3.
There you go. Yeah, it's all written like that, and actually, I totally just want to go to the store page and see if the rest of it is like that.
Here,
I want
I'm
to. Oh
going
my
to-
god! Have you guys seen the store page photo screenshots? It's Gabe Newell in the Half-Life suit. It's like a very. It's terrifying, and I want it.
Okay,
Actually, the game is actually
Here.
quite bad. Like, it's very, very
Here's the,
buggy
uh,
and crashes a
so
lot.
trailer.
here's a quote from the trailer. Let's see. You can become Gabe Newell and face the monsters created by other companies to don't let publish Half-Life 3.
I like how it's 3% off as a special promotion.
3% off for Half-Life 3.
Look at that fat Gabe Newell ass.
Dude, this is ridiculous. I want to play this like right now.
You know what would have been like really, really hilarious? If
What?
because of this game, Half-Life 3 is forever delayed.
Oh god, yeah, Gabe was like, you guys don't fucking deserve this, like, ever.
And you know the
have
beautiful
ruined my
thing is that
image.
the best part about this game is that it actually went through Greenlight and got approved by Valve. So someone at Valve must have had a sense of humor in order to let this through.
No, there have been a lot of things that have been let through without, like... and then they
Yeah,
immediately
what
get taken
about
down.
being on an airplane?
That game was fucking hilarious, fuck you. That was, like, purposely bad. Okay, so what he's talking about is, like, Airport or Airplane Simulator, I think it was called. And that's all it was called. And, wait, what? So you're no longer presenting, that was weird.
That was me. I was presenting the trailer.
Stop showing your butt to everybody. Anyway, but yeah, it was like Airport, Airplane Simulator, something like that shit. And it was basically you used to choose all these game modes. It was in barely English,
Uh-huh.
and you just walk in there. You're walking around an airplane. There are all these different modes that didn't make any sense. One of them was like RPG mode, and there were just a bunch of dwarves on the plane, a giant kiln, and it was really stupid. But I wanted it, and I didn't regret it because I got to stream it for like an hour, and it was awful. But yeah, that's what this reminds me of 100% as well. Yeah, it looks like it was meant to be terrible.
All right. Moving on. Let's see.
Wow, we're just done with Gabe Newell that fast. You're just giving up on Gaben.
Well,
So if you live in the UK, you'll be in luck because the UK is getting a really awesome 20th anniversary PlayStation Steelbook. And what it is a let's see,
A
a
limited edition
commemorative
steelbook.
Steelbook.
12 months of PlayStation membership. $20 euro.
20 pound.
Up. And a collector's booklet.
Pounds, you wanker.
Pounds.
The bundle
Fuck
will
this.
run at $59.99 dosh.
Fuck the Constable right now. I want this. This looks awesome. I love that little PS1
Oh,
steelbook.
And here's the biggest kicker, right? You get a chance to win a PlayStation 4 20th anniversary edition console if you get a golden ticket. Holy shit! This is like Willy Wonka. You're getting all Willy Wonka in here. Like seriously, get a golden ticket and win something awesome.
Let's get some Willy Wonka going.
Uh,
By the way, I have the
Oh my
controller.
God! It's like
Yeah.
5 golden tickets, just like in the old Willy Wonka movie.
There's
Oh my
5 of
god,
them?
someone at PlayStation got really drunk and watched Willy Wonka was like, guys, we can do this too, just watch. And they just like made this happen. I guarantee you that's what happened. I want it though. I mean, I actually have the controller right next to me for the I have it. They actually sell the 20th anniversary controller as a separate thing. I really like it because my old one was about to die anyway. I played it into the ground. And this one, it's really cool because the little PlayStation logo, you know, the one for the PlayStation button on the PS4 controller, it's the colors and appearance of the old PlayStation logo.
Mm-hmm.
But I love that. I love that. My
It
nostalgia
looks
went
pretty
to the
cool,
roof.
but like if you're just here for the goodies, right? I don't think it's gonna be that much worth it because it's like 12 months of PS Plus membership subscription card, which cannot be that much more than £40, right? And at $20
No,
PS Plus option.
it's like £50, dude.
Oh, so it's
Yeah, it's
$10
not bad. And
savings.
then you get £20 wallet thing. You get the Steelbook, and you get a super cool booklet that probably has a whole bunch of history stuff in it.
Oh,
I mean, and then
so it's actually quite cool then.
yeah, it's pretty good. It's probably about a $70 or £80 value.
Hmm.
Okay,
Nice.
Sold at £60.
it's it's £59.99. And
Yeah, who's willing to bet that someone is going to take this, put it on eBay for like $120?
but because I'm sure they're limited.
Yeah, it is limited edition.
That's why someone's gonna put on.
I'm gonna pre-order it. I'm gonna
$100.
pre-order it. Oh, you can't. It does not ship.
Yeah, you have to be in the
America.
UK to do so.
Fuck.
Yeah. Well, you can always save up for a ticket to the UK just so you can pre-order it.
And then I'll just be
You
like
know-
living in a box until it comes, and I'll be like, "Yo, I'm good. I'm going home."
What does the US then get for the 20th anniversary? I mean, come on, the UK's getting.
I have no
$10.
idea.
We got the actual 20th anniversary console we could buy. I think, right?
That's it.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Nothing
We must
special?
be getting something else.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for more announcements on this.
And there
Yeah,
must be more. It looks like it's on Game. It's on game.co.uk exclusively, right?
Uh-huh.
So maybe it's something they're putting on with Sony.
Mm.
And we
Probably.
don't have a lot of like, other than like I guess GameStop, but GameStop's international. They are everywhere. So it's kind of hard to say like, yo, let's
Alright,
do this
so
with Sony.
moving on to something that is more speculation. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD is leaked. This is a rumor. It seems like Nintendo is working on an HD re-release for Zelda Twilight Princess. If a curious new listing for the game is anything to go by. Okay then.
Ooh
The
boy.
hackers at Weebrew found a listing on Nintendo's update servers for a Japanese version of Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD. It is also worth mentioning that the listings for this, the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, the original Super Mario Galaxy, and Metroid Other M were all discovered as well.
it's not official confirmation, but you know,
Yeah, this
That's
could
pretty cool.
this could just be Nintendo just throwing files up on their servers with no intention of making said ports of games.
Well,
However,
but here's the thing. Here's the reason why this could be valid. They recently started releasing Wii games on the eShop for Wii U.
what I have to ask though, what is the point? I mean, isn't Wii games like compatible with the Wii U?
Well, right, but what if, a lot of them are really, really hard to find Wii games. A lot of people, didn't get a chance to buy because they didn't really know about them or something. They have the Punch Out for Wii is on there now,
Uh-huh.
and they have
I
a few
guess,
other
like-
ones too.
Yeah. Another thing that kind of boggles me is that why are they working on this for like so soon after the original release of the game?
because money.
That's true, but like back in if I'm kind of used to like games getting an HD re-release like 15 years after the initial release, so this does seem a bit odd to me.
Yeah,
Don't you think?
yeah. I mean, I
Nintendo
don't know.
does
I
like
wouldn't.
to do the thing where every game that they make for the previous generation of console, they like to be able to be played on the next generation of console.
So I'm guessing it's just going to be like upscaled to 1080p, and then they pretty up the graphics a little bit.
Now the bigger question is it going to be the Wii version or the GameCube version that they're doing the
Yes.
HD remaster of?
Mhm.
You can tell by whether Link is right-handed or left-handed.
Yeah, I mean,
If Link
my
is
They
mind would
actually-
be
right-handed, it's
on the
heresy.
Wii version, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah.
They actually
Because they
apparently
haven't-
flipped the entire game when they flipped Link's handedness.
Yeah. No, but I find it kind of interesting because I bet it will be the Wii version just because they're already releasing Wii games on the eShop. You know,
Uh-huh.
they're already doing that. They
Yeah.
haven't done anything with. I don't think any GameCube games, or have they? Which is weird. And I hope they do at some point because, god damn it, I want to play Custom Robo on my Wii U.
Uh-huh.
God, can you guys imagine Custom Robo being able to play that on your Wii
Or
U?
imagine the original Conker's Bad Fur Day on the Wii U.
Oh, wait, hang on. Okay, we're good.
No,
Yep,
it's not going to be there because
Microsoft's already released it for the Xbox One.
Don't
Yep.
tell me that. Are you serious?
Yeah, they released a rare. What's it called? Rare
Collection?
replay, rare replay.
Yeah, which is a collection of all the old, bunch of the old Rare games, at least the ones that didn't involve Nintendo characters. And one of them is the original Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Well, shit.
Well, guess what I'm still not getting?
And
An
even before
Xbox
that,
One.
even
Yeah,
before
don't get the Xbox One. Just emulate the Nintendo 64 and get.
Well, I have a
Conker's
Nintendo
Bad.
64, and I have most of the Rare games. I just don't have Conker's anymore because my dick roommate stole it a long time ago.
He pissed on it.
I
Even before
almost
that.
wanted to kill him.
for the 360, Banjo and Banjo Tooie was released as buyable on the 360.
Yep, they're also in Rare Replay as well.
Hmm.
Yep.
That was like Perfect Dark was released on the 360 and is also in Rare Replay.
And also, Microsoft went and added a few little tweaks to the Banjo Tooie that you have to buy Nuts and Bolts DLC to get access to all the secrets in Banjo Tooie.
Hmm.
Is that what they did to replace the thing?
Yep. They have to register the game has to register that you have this content on your console for the extra secrets for Banjo Tooie.
Okay,
Sigh.
next news. Styx Shards of Darkness is announced for PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. Oh, so this is a multi-platform sequel to a pretty well-received stealth game. So Cyanide
I really
Studios
want to play Styx. I didn't get a chance to yet.
You never
I
played
have
this
a
game?
copy.
No,
Let's
I didn't
see.
play. I didn't play Styx. I played Of Orcs and Men.
Dude, play Sticks. You get to play with all them goofy goblins, and they just like stab people and have a good time.
So, Cyanide Studios have recently announced that they will be developing a sequel to their Goblin stealth game titled Styx Shards of Darkness. Following the success of the first game, the studio says that they want to delve deeper into the world they created, this time with a bigger budget and a brand new Unreal 4 engine. Ooh, my body's ready.
That's gonna be so pretty. Oh my god, I'm excited.
Yeah. The game has been in development for 6 months. That means that we would be probably waiting another 2.5 years for the game to be polished. And
I don't know,
images
probably I'd give them
about
another year. These guys work
first
fast.
what the game will look like in Unreal 4. Styx Shards of Darkness will be released. Will release on PS4, Xbox One, and PC sometime in 2016. Wait.
Wow, you
2016?
were wrong there. That's pretty quick.
Wow, wait, how the hell are they able to get a game up in about a little over a year? That's... I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, I
You know,
really,
I bet
love...
that. I bet they was just immediately working on this game as soon as the last one was finished. They just decided to make the announcement now.
But they said that the game has been in development for 6 months. That means that there is 6 months into development at this point in time, and it's going to expect to release sometime in 2016. Now, my prediction is that this game is going to be pushed back into early 2017 at the very least, because if this game is going to be any good, right, it's going to need the time to be polished. Because I have to say though, like if the reviews for the first Styx game is any indication, right? people praised it for being a lot like the original Thief games, which is basically forces you to take the stealthy route, and if you get caught or discovered, right, you are able to fight your way, but chances are you're going to get fucked by the guards.
Because the guards are big and strong, and you're a little spooky
Mm.
goblin who's
Yeah,
just wants to have a good time and drink some fruit punch. You know, I mean,
and you
that's
know
what this
what?
game is about.
And you know what? Not many stealth games have the balls to do this anymore. Like most so-called stealth games these days, right? They tend to make the player character so overpowered that being stealthy is no longer a
Viable
more
option.
favorable option. Like for example, let's see, Dishonored, right? Dishonored, like you had so many options for dispatching like people who are after you immediately that it becomes like not a threat at all when you get discovered because you can just pretty much massacre your way through the crowds. And the same goes for stuff like
Well,
Assassin's Creed.
Dishonored, you can still get kind of fucked up. But like, let's talk about if we're talking about games where you can massacre your way through and not be stealthy. Let's talk about the new Thief for a second. How
Yeah.
much of a train wreck that was. Like that was the complete opposite of Thief and Sticks and games like that. Like I feel like in Dishonored you can still kind of get fucked up if you're playing on not a scrub difficulty and get caught and people fuck you up. You can
Yeah, well,
totally
I
kill
guess
people or you can not.
yeah, well, I guess in a way, Dishonored is kind of like in the middle between
Yeah, it's
like
in the middle.
totally not a stealth game and a actual stealth game because there's actual consequences of killing people in
And not being
Dishonored.
stealthy, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm kind of talking about the more level, like mission to mission kind of gameplay, where
Hmm.
you can succeed by pretty much massacring your way through everything if you're good enough.
Yep.
Yeah, but still, I'm kind of excited, but kind of cautious about this one because of how close the release date is announced.
Well, the original Sticks wasn't like that long. It was a good length, mind you. It wasn't like it was.
Yeah,
It wasn't like it was whatchamacallit, that game of the name of Order 1866 or whatever. It wasn't like it was that level of short, but it wasn't like a bajillion hours long. It was it was filling. It was a good game. So they're not making like something huge and open world or anything like that. Probably they're probably just making another straightforward. You're stealthy goblin. Go
uh-huh.
stab that guy and make fruit punch fly out of his neck. Um, and that's what you're doing. I mean, they're
Yeah,
probably not making a huge world. They're just making a really detailed world.
I know,
You
and
know?
that's kind of but that's what I feel that most of the development time is going to be devoted to, and I
Mm.
really hope that they kept up the tradition of sticking strictly to stealth as the better option, because if they turn this into another Assassin's Creed, right, I'm going to be very sad.
I'll be right there with you. That would be very upsetting.
By
Yes.
the way, on to the next topic.
The Witch and the Hundred Knight revival coming soon.
Been confirmed now that it will be coming to the West. Those who played the PlayStation 3 version would now get to play the remastered one for the PlayStation 4. At first, it
Aha.
was just rumored that it was coming to America and Europe. Now it is actually confirmed for March March 1st for North America and March 4th for Europe.
That's pretty good. I mean, that's a while. It took them. But I guess NIS kind of likes to do voice acting with all of their games as well. NIS
Yeah.
isn't really one to have just text as a game thing. So they're not just
Ah.
translating text; they're also
Ooh,
getting voice
this is
actors probably to do it
wow.
and
This is an
everything.
This is a
NIS title.
remaster of a game.
Yeah, I know.
Well, this is gonna give me more reason to want a PlayStation 4 because, like, oh my god, like in the past couple of weeks, right, we've been getting news of why the PlayStation 4 is awesome compared to the Xbox One.
It really is. It's a very nice console. I mean, I had my PS4 since day one. I was originally pretty
Yeah.
skeptical. I
Mm.
remember looking at it for a couple of months, saying, "Oh goddamn, there's no games out yet. I'm
Mm.
so sad." They
Yeah.
had already beaten a bunch of the games that had already been released for it,
Mhm.
and you know, I really got to hand it to them. They've started cranking out games.
Hmm.
They've gotten a lot of console exclusives on board already, and it's gonna be great. Like at first, I thought they were gonna like not focus on the Japanese games and stuff, but they have, and I'm really proud of them for that. Like I was
Yeah.
terrified when I saw like no Japanese games as like launch titles for PS4. I was like, oh my god, what are they
Yeah,
doing?
that is so disappointing. Like the PlayStation has always been like the kind of import console where you would buy it so you can play like Japanese games that are ported to the US on it.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
like the launch lineup is like really really disappointing. But I'm really really glad that they're fixing that now.
Hmm.
It seems to really really mirror like like the history of the PS3 where at launch right it had like absolutely no real heavy hitting titles, but as time goes on, right, they start to develop like a really, really strong library of games.
Yep. I'm
Mm-hmm.
also pretty excited, I have to say, that they're taking so many recently released PS3 games and porting it to the PS4. Like they
Uh-huh.
did it with Sleeping Dogs. Remember?
Ooh.
They did
Is it the
that.
definitive edition or just
Oh no,
the?
it's the super awesome, like it's the definitive edition. Sleeping Dogs,
Oh, fucking awesome.
$39.99 on PS4, and it's
Yeah.
really pretty. It's all nice, and they up the
Mhm.
graphics.
Okay,
Um,
viewers, if you're
yeah,
if you're watching this right, if you have a PS4, go play Sleeping Dogs
Sleeping
because
Dogs
you
is
know what?
awesome.
Yep. And the biggest reason I'm saying this is because it takes place in Hong Kong, my hometown.
It's really nice actually.
Mhm.
They
I have
captured.
the
I thought they were gonna like not capture Hong Kong as well as they did.
Actually,
They did their homework
very
though.
very close to Hong Kong. Like
They
it
did their
looks a lot
homework
closer
because
to Hong Kong.
I have the original Sleeping
Yeah.
Dogs, and
yeah.
I didn't really have an interest in getting
Hmm.
the definitive edition since it's just upscale graphics and that's it.
Hmm.
Oh,
Nothing.
that's because you're just a precious baby. That's all there is to it.
And the thing about Sleeping Dogs is that it kind of places more of an emphasis on hand-to-hand combat and firefights.
Oh god, yeah, like the combat
Yeah.
system in Sleeping Dogs is fucking awesome.
Yeah, and then you can
It's
also
like
do like pretty interesting stuff that actually fits within the culture of Hong Kong. Like you can do cockfights in there.
yeah, which was weird because I was like, are people gonna be mad about this? But no, it was like,
No,
no, this is
well,
culturally related.
yeah, it
This
is
is what
culturally related.
happens.
Like it is kind of fucked up that it still happens here in Hong Kong, or
Yeah,
maybe
it's,
it
it's
happened
sad.
here in a few years ago. But well, that is kind of a part of a history that kind of shows that if you're in a criminal underseat of Hong Kong, you're gonna run into stuff like this. And I
It's
don't
really
think,
cool. I love that
yeah,
game.
I don't think it would make sense to whitewash that stuff away. So yeah,
Right.
go play Sleeping Dogs.
Oh, and
You're not
another
gonna
thing
regret it.
they're releasing on PS4 that was on PS3 and stuff. Darksiders 2,
Oh yes.
Definitive Edition. That's coming out
Mm,
this month, and I'm very
yeah.
excited for that. I'm glad that they're not just doing that, but I'm glad they
Mhm.
are doing the entire porting thing.
Yeah.
Because I'd be a little bit upset if I didn't get to.
Mm.
Because
I
the
really
coolest
hope.
thing,
Yeah, I
yeah.
really hope that the definitive edition eventually hits Steam because it would be nice to be able to experience like the balance changes
Oh, it
into
looks
the
freaking
game.
amazing. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong. Yeah, I think it will eventually
Why
make
is
its
there
way to
two of
Steam.
me?
What?
Oh God, is this Rocky?
No. All of a sudden my Firefox crashed.
Oh,
There is two of you. Look at you. Look at you. There's two Codas. That's very good. Do
yeah.
you want
But
me
so
to move
yeah,
us on to the next
I
topic?
have. Mm, yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah. It
Let's see.
says
Next
here.
topic.
So the next topic that we got is massive scale RTS. Oh my god, how are we gonna get through all this? Massive scale RTS. Ashes of the Singularity hits early access on October 22nd. Now I'm a pretty big fan of RTS games, and I haven't seen. Oh, I mean, I don't think is there even any like gameplay trailers of this yet?
Yeah, it's. I think it's. Let's see. Not in this page, but I think you can look in YouTube. Can
Yeah, I'm
someone
sure
do
there's
so?
some, but I love RTS games. And I will admit,
Mhm.
over the years, a lot of RTS games have just not
Mhm.
struck a certain beautiful
Mhm.
chord with me.
Oh, okay, though. This is kind of interesting, right? Because
What?
this is going to be developed by Stardock Games.
Oh god,
And if
yep,
you're
it's gonna be
ever
good.
familiar with Stardock Games, is that they are very, very familiar with the 4X genre of real-time strategy. So their move to actually wait, they're publishing it. The person developing it
Oxide
is Oxide
Games
Games.
develops it.
Okay, so it makes more sense. Like
Yeah, it
I
makes
was like,
slightly more
wait,
sense.
what? Starduck is making RTS? This is new.
Yeah, but that would have weirded me out. But I think didn't
Mhm.
they do one RTS at one point or something, or a couple?
Oh, I just saved the Water Guardian. She's adorable. She's adorbs.
Oh my god, what are you playing?
Torchlight 2.
You're
Uh,
adorable. Stop it.
Oh.
Cute. I swear to God. You're not getting any cookies if you don't do this stream.
so it is going to be a massive scale RTS, and looking at the artwork in this game, it's going to be like a massive space battle kind of RTS.
God, I love that. You know
Uh,
what? You know what's an RTS that I like that I don't think like anyone else really was like that into? Was the Empire at War, the Star Wars Empire at War
Mhm.
one.
Right now, I'm actually showing everyone the gameplay of it.
No,
I
super
just
duper.
googled it.
Yeah.
It
It's
looks
very
ridiculous.
big. Yes.
That's a big screen.
Look at all the. Yep. Look at all
Look at all
those
the
units.
freaking units. Holy moly.
This is like
Yeah.
bigger than StarCraft.
Yeah, you guys better get your macro ready because this is going to challenge your management skills.
Oh god. I haven't played like RTS games forever, mind you. Like I
Uh-huh.
haven't. Oh my god, something in my eye and it's killing me. But like, I don't know. I guess I'm just really, really hopeful. I want a good RTS game for a while now.
Mhm. Let's see. The early access release supports both single player AI. Ooh, okay. This is going to be interesting to see how the AI works because there's this thing in like strategy games and like specifically forex games where the AI scales in difficulty by cheating. If you ever played the Civilization games, right, you will know what I'm talking about.
Gandhi is worse girl.
No, I'm talking about how the AI cheats
That's what I mean.
in strategy games like
But that's what
Civilization.
I mean. That's what I mean. You
Yeah.
never played against Gandhi, and was it Civ? Was Civ 4 or Civ 5
Oh,
for
oh
Gandhi was
yes.
awful.
I see. Nuclear
Yeah.
Gandhi. Yeah. So
God.
yeah.
No,
So it'll
do you
be
actually
how
know why
it
Gandhi got so aggressive? It's kind of funny. It was in the it was a bug in the first Civ.
Yeah, and it gets rolled with it after each time.
Yeah, the reason why it was a bug is Gandhi had uh, uh, zero aggression. He was the least aggressive leader, right? Uh, but when you research democracy, it would give a -1 to the leader's aggression level. And they used a unsigned integer to store aggression. So what is 0 minus 1 if it's an unsigned integer? Well, it rolls over to the max value of the integer. So like halfway through the game, he'd research democracy, and suddenly he'd just be like the most warlike person in the entire game.
Is it 16 bit, right? So I think it will be like 65535 aggression.
Yes. Yep.
That would be pretty epic. Like holy shit. Like oh democracy. Now let's kill everything.
Yeah. Let's become imperialistic as fuck right now. Just conquer the world. Be really angry.
Okay.
Start
For
building
the-
armies.
All right, this is for the PC enthusiasts, right? But this game is going to be the first RTS to use DirectX 12. That means it is going to make full use of your shiny new graphics card, asynchronous
Ooh.
multi-core real-time AI. In other words, the AI is going to use like many of your cores instead of being constrained to one CPU core. That would optimize a lot, the hell out of the AI. And let's see, as well as being the first 64-bit native RTS. In other words, it's going to be using like the 64-bit address space.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. That means 16 hexabytes of no 16 like hex. What's the
I don't know anymore, but it's gonna be pretty. That's all you guys need to know. It's gonna be really pretty. It's gonna be really cool. It's gonna probably run really, really fast on good computers.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I don't know. So I almost want. I'm just itching for this next article.
Yeah.
I am itching
Oh God,
so much
oh
for it.
God. This is going to attract so much controversy. Let's see. Star
I'm
Citizen
excited.
community reaches 1 million citizens. The Star
That means
Citizen
1
boss
million
Chris
people
Roberts
Yeah.
took to the game's main blog to announce a new milestone for the crowdfunded game 1 million citizens. To be clear, in order to
Doo-doo.
become a citizen of the game, you simply have to register for their official forums or back the game via financial donation. It is not clear if the 1 million citizen milestone includes both or simply backers. However, as our fans have pointed out, simply registering for the forum gives you a citizen number above 1 million, leading us to believe that this number includes both. Okay then.
By the
Alongside
way,
a new
1 million
milestone,
people want to play Star Citizen.
this is what
1
the Water
million
Guardian looks like that I
people.
said is adorable. She's adorable. There needs to be some Rule 34 of her, like drawn Nezumi
Oh
style.
my god, Q, no, stop. You're gonna lose all of our viewers. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. We're gonna be angry now. It's angry time.
Angry
Be
time?
angry.
Angry
You can't
time.
say angry at QQ. He's too cute to be
Not
angry at.
QQ, other things though.
Yeah.
So the Empire Star Citizen thing. I was one of those people who was really kind of interested when this first got announced, like what, 5 million years ago,
Uh-huh.
when Jesus was a small child. Like it was that long ago, right? Like Jesus was just
Yeah.
born when this was announced. This is that
Like-
fucking old.
Now
And
here's the
dinosaurs
reason.
roam the earth.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's see. Alongside the new milestone was the news that every backer who has pledged towards the game will receive access to the game. Oh, okay, this doesn't look good. There are no longer tiers or extra costs. You'll get all of it now.
What?
Yeah, this sounds like good news, but this actually
That's really
this-
bad news though, because what if you paid like $900 and some schmuck paid 50, and he's
Yep.
getting all the extra like features you are? That doesn't seem fair.
Exactly. And this actually reeks of desperation because it actually shows that the internal development cycle of the game is in deep trouble. And I can tell you why, because I have actually been in a hangout with Derek Smart, and he kind of gave us a lot of insight as to what is going on with Star Citizen. The first thing that has been going on is that Star Citizen, like the Star Citizen as it was first pledged in the Kickstarter, is not the same game as the Star Citizen that is being pledged now. And the reason for that is because of an out of control kind of problem that has plagued so many developers. This is called feature creep. And because like Star Citizen, like the first Kickstarter was so popular, was so successful, right? They got the idea that they can just like glom on like a million fucking features into the game without considering the cost, the extra time it would add to the development cycle, and the fact that they don't even have the technology yet to be able to handle all of the promises that they have made. And they have backed themselves into a corner because $90 million is not enough to make a game of that large of a scope. I can tell you that. Like, they're already talking about an FPS module, right? And that alone is going to cost $30 million. So it makes you wonder, where the hell is the $60 million going?
I also heard a little rumor that something awful users had been pushing because they contributed so much, had been pushing it in a different direction from what was originally promised, namely being more PvP than PvE due to them liking Eve so much.
Yeah, and now here's my main issue with this. They raised $90 million. Well, it's more than that. It's like 93 now or something. 92, 93 million
92 as of
Yeah, it's 92 as of most recent posting.
Yeah.
A little bit over 92 million. That's pretty good now. That's not like as big as some game budgets have been.
Yeah, but here's the thing you have to understand,
But
right?
it's
that
not a triple.
project is very, very, very ambitious. It is not just a project for a video game with a very focused scope. It is a project for a game that tries to do every single thing,
Which
and
is
they're trying to do it
kind
in
of
90 million. Like 90 million seems like a lot, right? But when you're considering all of the development costs, what the game had to include, you're going to figure out that $90 million, that money is going to run away. Is going to
It
run
really
off
is,
really,
exactly.
really fucking fast.
Exactly. Here's the thing, like, and everyone's talking about 90 million is so much money. I'm like, for an independent game, it's a lot of money. Their
Yeah.
games have been well over $100 million in budget, but they haven't been crowdfunded or independent games like this.
Mm-hmm.
And they also haven't been spending their money frivolously like the developers of this game have.
Yeah.
If you have
and let
$90
me
million
tell you-
and the first thing you spring for is a AAA actor, in
Yeah.
fact, a AAA an A actor and a couple B actors to
And I have to
voice
ask,
in your
why the fuck are
game?
you doing this?
Like, why are you doing that?
You're throwing
So
money
that
away.
you think Gary Oldman got any less than $5 million for doing that? Any less? He
I
probably
don't
got
think
way
so.
more. But
Yeah.
he's fucking Gary Oldman. He's a very well-known
Yeah.
actor.
So far, right?
Major.
So far this is going to be turning out into another disaster on just like Broken Age, but on a much more bigger scale.
Yeah,
Or Mighty
it's
Number 9.
Armine
Yeah.
number 9.
Yeah, and I have to say that this is going to be a big crash because if this fails, if this goes all south, right, everyone is going to move out of Kickstarter, and that means no more Kickstarter projects, no more crowdfunding because nobody's going to have faith in this kind of shit anymore if this fails. And I am most certainly certain that this is going to fail because of how poorly they're spending the money and how that's how much like delayed they are in their development cycle. Like they are barely reaching like the milestones that they set like I don't know 2 3 years ago, and the technology that they have developed for this game right
I mean,
is
yeah, you're probably right.
barely barely usable at this stage.
It's almost definitely gonna crash and burn. I can see that
Yeah,
if
and
I was
it's
a
really
blind
sad
man.
because nobody who backed it up, right? Nobody who is criticizing this game wants this to fail, because we all recognize that we cannot afford for to have this fail on us. But it is sad because this is the most likely outcome, and the boss Chris Roberts is not taking the hint. Is not seeing the writing on the wall. I mean, he is throwing money away by hiring like AAA actors, and what the fuck do you think is gonna happen? And then he is like promising even more features when he is barely getting the original promise up and running.
Yeah, I mean, like, what the fuck is he hoping to prove with this? Like,
Yeah, I mean this is
you're
like
gonna end up sinking your own ship if you keep doing
yeah,
this. Like, you do, okay, you have money. You have
mhm,
money to make a very good game if you budget it smart.
yeah,
You do not have fuck you Gary Oldman money.
mhm,
Like
yeah.
you don't have entire Gary Oldman, Mark Hamill, a bunch of other
Yeah,
people.
in order to make a game with AAA actors and all the fancy bells and whistles, right? You are going to need at least $500 million in gaming budget, right?
Hmm.
And $90 million is just not going to cut it. You'll be lucky if you can get even a playable prototype with that kind of money.
Hmm.
It's such a sad news.
Mm.
Like
Oh
this is
yes.
like it may seem like good news. Oh, 1 million supporters. Yeah, but when you take a look at what's going on behind the scenes, right? You're
They are
the like the tone
panicking. They are
Yeah, the
panicking
tone
right
of the
now.
news suddenly becomes really, really bad because this means that there's going to be at least 1 million people who are going to be fucking disappointed, and they're never going to see the money that they have contributed to the project ever again. Like there are some people that have contributed like almost like $1,000 to this thing, and they're
Yeah.
going to lose it all.
Yep.
There are people who have contributed thousands.
Yep.
Yeah. A lot
Yeah,
more
Yeah.
well,
than that. Like a
what's even
lot of
And
better
money.
is
And the saddest part is that these people are the most devoted zealots to this project. They have deluded themselves into believing that this project is going to succeed.
Which is not a smart thing to do by any means.
Yeah.
Especially
I
when
mean,
when a project is so ambitious and has such high hopes for itself. I mean, go in with like not getting too ahead of yourself. Okay, if this happens, great, I'll love it. If it's not everything I'm hoping for, I won't be too surprised. I wouldn't have
mm,
ever. My thing is, if I ever pledged any Kickstarters, I don't do it in such a grand scale. I'm like, I want the game and maybe a T-shirt or something.
uh-huh,
That's what I do.
mhm.
I don't go and I don't spend like $200 pledged to a Kickstarter or anything like that. That's stupid. Like anyone who does that needs to stop and think for a second. Do I really want to spend $200 on something I will not see for 3 years? Like, yeah,
rather there's a chance. Rather, do you really want to spend $200 on a chance of something might not ever happen?
Mhm.
exactly.
Well, moving on to the next thing because
Yeah, let's
we have been
please move
talking
on
this for a
to
while.
something less depressing.
Yes.
Funcom releasing has announced a release date for a horror spin-off game called The Park. an upcoming virtual reality compatible game.
Compatibly game. What? This is written badly. Will be released October 27th.
Oh, it's Secret Worlds devs.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
And unique bonus for people who own Secret World. You get the killer chipmunk costume.
Fellow
Playable
Rainbow
in,
Tummy. Just like QQ in real life.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
Actually, you know, actually, I've actually seen this game before. Let me take a look.
What, the Secret
this
World or
is-
the park?
I
This
think
is
I've seen it. Yeah, I think
Get
I've seen
the
it on gaming as a pre-order.
Yeah. It looks really... I mean, I like Secret World. I liked it when I played it. I played it for a while, too. It was really fun. But... I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about this one to know if it's going to be awesome or not.
Yeah,
But
like this is the nature of yeah, this is the nature of horror games, is that you have no idea beforehand if the game is going to be good or not, since it is basically very, very predicated upon a few things. Like, one, you need to have a good atmosphere. Two, you need to give the player a sense of helplessness, right? And three, it needs to it needs to be psychological and cerebral in nature because it needs to have a way to get into your head, right? And
Mhm.
four, it needs to have a good story. And this is very, very important because a good story is what keeps you going in a horror game. Because even though like all the other three aspects fail, right? If it has a good story, it'll keep you going.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yep.
But if
Yeah.
people think this is just going to be a Five Nights at Freddy's ripoff.
Well,
That's
if it
such
is,
a
I
that's such
wouldn't
a
get too
short-sighted
disappointed.
thing to say now.
Well, to be fair, right, Five Nights at Freddy's was incredibly popular, so I wouldn't be surprised if
It still
something
is
else comes
popular.
out that tries
Freddy's
to
popular.
copy it.
It still is
Uh,
popular.
yeah, but honestly, right, like the four aspects I talked to you about in a horror game, right? Those are things that you cannot really take a look at with anything other than a trailer. And even then, a trailer can give you only so much insight into a game such as this. You know?
Mm.
Mhm. But I don't know who the lead designer is of this branch of Funcom. I'm actually reading the comments on this article right now.
Yeah.
And says, just so you know, the lead designer of this branch of Funcom is a raging SJW who hates us all.
Oh, why does this matter though? If the game is good, then we should just pick
I
it up
hope
and
it's
buy
good.
and
I
play
really
it.
do hope it's good, but I'm just hoping they don't try to like make it a too deep for you sort of thing for
Like,
some reason.
yeah, I mean, like if it becomes like another Gone Home, then I will shit on it. But I'm going to wait until the game is released
Wait till
before
it
I
comes
judge
out.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so little we know about at this point
Mhm.
that I'm really hoping it's okay.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting though that this is going to be set in a carnival.
I don't know. I think
So
it'll be
if
kind
you're so if people
For
are
some people,
afraid of clowns, they're definitely going to have a lot of scares in this game.
It's gonna be a spook fest. Don't get spooked
Uh-huh.
out.
too spooky for me.
For me.
From carnivals to giant
Gods.
snowy mountains. Pray for the gods. A gorgeous and snowy take on Shadow of the Colossus.
Ooh,
It does
okay,
look
now
really
I'm
pretty
sold.
from the trailer, I have to say.
Yes.
Yeah, it says that this game is being developed. It's being revealed by No Matter Studios. Have they done anything before?
I swear that sounds familiar. Let me look it up.
Yeah. Let's
Me
see.
old looking up. No
Can
Matter
you present the
Studios.
trailer? Can you present the trailer to
That's what I'm
the
doing.
viewers? Yes.
Yeah.
Because this game actually looks pretty gorgeous so far, and it really does look like Shadow of the Colossus.
It looks like it's the first article Niche Gamer has done, but let me keep looking. Okay, on any database, it is their first thing.
Uh-huh.
Wow,
Wow.
look at you, playa.
Okay,
It looks
now
really
this is,
pretty considering this is like their. It looks to be their first thing. I can't find anything else on them
wow,
except
this
for
is
this.
really
game.
bold. This is really bold. Like the first game, and they decided to make something really big. Let's see.
Yeah, that
Hmm.
seems like it could go one
Yeah.
of two ways. It could be great or it could be terrible. Hopefully,
Yeah.
it's great. It looks really pretty.
Yeah. I'm not too fond of this second quote, though. Ultimately, the player will be faced with questions that not even a god knows the answer to.
Well, you're probably
Is it-
fighting gods or titans or something.
Yeah, but is it me or does this race seem extremely pretentious?
Maybe a little bit, but I am kind of excited.
Yeah.
I like the idea of fighting a giant monster. I've
Yeah.
always loved that since
There
like
needs to be more games that are based around fighting giant monsters. I mean, Painkiller, right, the original game, going back to the whole intro thing, right, had giant fucking bosses, and those fights are fun.
yeah, exactly, and I've always loved that kind of thing. So yeah,
Mhm.
high hopes for this one.
Yeah,
Honest to God, high hopes for this one.
yeah, I'm pretty confident that this is going to be good.
And best of luck to those devs because man, taking on something this big for your first real project is
That takes
very
balls.
ambitious. I
Uh-huh.
hope it goes well for them. There
Okay,
you go.
let's.
My take. Oh, this one. Okay. Now, so our
Nintendo's
next,
NX
yeah,
console dev kit sent
Emulators
out.
new dev kit.
yeah. So the dev kit. It's kind of like the only thing I've heard about this so far is people making jokes about it and posting images of the GameCube
Huh?
on Twitter.
Right. Okay, so this platform is supposedly a console handheld hybrid. So in other words, that this console is going to be pretty much everything that the people thought the Wii U would be.
Yeah. Well, it's more of a software development kit, isn't it?
Yeah. QQ, would you like to take this? Because this seems to be more of your area.
Yeah, well, one thing to keep in mind is what the SDK for a console looks like, and what the actual console actually ends up looking like, is often very different.
Yep.
So the software dev kits for the N64, for instance, were an SGI workstation that performed better than the N64 did, and
Yeah.
the N64, as you know, looked nothing like an SGI workstation.
Mhm.
So it's going to be hard to predict what the NX is actually going to look like until Nintendo actually makes more announcements about it. And even then, even with all these dev kits shipping out, there's probably NDAs galore right now. It's
Everything
basically
is
going to
on the
be,
wraps seems to be.
yeah, it's
Nintendo
going to be
left
wait
everything
and see.
their own stuff. Hush, hush.
Yeah, like the only thing that we've gotten from this article is that like the NX, like the Nintendo NX is going to be a handheld and console hybrid. In other words, it's going to be unifying like the two parallel lines of Nintendo hardware, where at one hand you have the Wii U kind of stuff, and on the other hand you have the DS line of products. The NX is planning on kind of merging the two.
Which could
This
be
is going to be
cool because
interesting.
they've done really the 3DS has done far better than the Wii U. Like let's get that out of
Yeah.
the way. Like that,
Hmm.
everyone thought 3DS was gonna be a one-trick pony and bomb, and it didn't. And God bless it for not, because we've gotten some really cool games out of the 3DS.
Uh-huh.
But the Wii U, on the other hand, despite having some pretty cool games, has not done stellar in terms of sales. It's done pretty bad, in fact, which is sad to me because I do like a lot of the Wii U games that have come out. Like Splatoon
Honestly,
is super
right?
fun.
Honestly, I think what buried the Wii U is the abysmal launch lineup. Like, holy shit! Have you seen the launch lineup?
Oh, I was
of the
there for it.
yeah, outside of the first party releases, right? Like the games that were there for the beginning of the console's life is abysmal. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's really bad. Like they only picked it up in the last like year or two.
Yeah.
Almost
Yeah.
all the third-party support pulled themselves right
Mhm.
before launch.
Yeah, and this is actually why it's so painful that Bayonetta 2 is a Wii U only title.
I love Bayonetta 2, by the way.
Yeah.
Good game.
Because props for like Kamiya for trying to prop up a dying console, but I think that they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot by making it an exclusive game to one console instead of cross-platforming it later on.
I'm sure he will later on.
I hope so because Bayonetta 2 is too good of a game to
Well, look what happened to No More Heroes. It came out exclusively on the Wii originally instead of number 2, and then he
Yeah.
made No More Heroes Heroes Paradise on the PS3 with Suda51. So
Uh,
you know, I feel like Kami is a smart man. He'll probably do a similar thing
speaking
if
of
he.
which, speaking of which, please, really Shadow of the Damned on Steam.
Right.
I know
I actually
that
have it,
game
so I
is
really don't care anymore.
that game looks so good, and I want to play it because it's a perfect Halloween game.
It's better than anyone thought it was, I think, because a lot of people
Yeah.
were complaining about it. being a little bit disappointing, but I was like, dude, Suda 51, it's wacky, it's great.
Yeah, it had the perfect blend of humor and horror. Like like on one hand, right, you have all these monsters doing horrible things to your girlfriend, but on the other hand, right, you get like a gun that is basically a dick,
Yeah, it was called
the
big
boner,
what's it
boner,
called?
right? Yeah, it is called the boner.
It's called the big
Big boner.
no, it's called the Big Willie or something like that. It's literally
No, no,
called.
no, no, no. The game.
It's something
No,
that
no, the
translates
gun is
to
called
like
boner.
becomes the Big Boner. He calls him Boner, but he starts out calling him I think Johnson,
Yeah,
which
oh
is
yeah, Big
another
Johnson.
term for dick. So and then also it's kind of like based on road movies,
Uh,
which
so yeah.
which is like the motorcycle badass dude ride down. Yeah, and it's a lot of fourth wall breaking, and I really enjoy it. And I feel like that is another game that definitely deserves to be ported to the PC or something like that.
Mhm. So
But I
in
love
other
it. I already
words,
played it, so I hope everyone gets a chance to play that at some point.
yeah. So in other words, I really hope that Suda 51 releases more games on other platforms because their games deserve to have an enduring legacy because of how good they are.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I really, and also, speaking of Suda 51, really quick, if I may, excuse me,
Yes.
choking on rice. I really cannot. I mean, you know how Lily Bergamo kind of became that Let It Die game, which we still don't really have a direct release date for, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
God, I hope that comes out, and God, I hope it's a Suda 51-y, as I hope it's going to be. Because I love Suda 51. He's always been one of my favorites, and
Mm-hmm.
when I heard Lily Bergamo got canceled, I was kind of crushed, and they're like, no, it's just becoming Let It Die, and then that was like a year and a half ago. Like, I think that was actually when, like, 2 E3s ago, they talked about that. And it looked really cool, so I was like, ah, come on. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I hope Nintendo is smart about this entire thing.
Yeah,
with
like
the-
if the NX console takes off, right? Then I really hope that we're going to see more PG Kamiya / Suda 51 games ported onto the new system.
Well, Suda 51's kind of pissed about Nintendo in general and the way they treated him when he wanted to make No More Heroes cross-platform. Eventually, he did, but apparently it didn't go well originally when he was.
Oh, that's a shame because it would be nice for Suda 51
Oh
to
yeah.
be on the Nintendo. Anyways, let's move on. Let's see. Next
Dizzy
article
returns to Guilty Gear.
Oh, I'm sneeze.
aka the waifu of Guilty Gear, is returning to Guilty Gear.
Oh god, I'm sneeze.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes, good.
Yeah.
We've learned via Game Talk that Dizzy is going to return in Arc System Works' upcoming newly updated Guilty Gear XRD Revelator. Dizzy made the cut via the developer's popularity contest, coming out on top before Bridget and Biken. Wait, what?
Not having Bridget?
They're not having Bridget.
Fuck them. Next article.
Disney was
Get
my
me out
least
of here.
played character.
No. And actually, I'm actually kind of sad because Biken is also a pretty awesome character, and they're cutting.
Who's that? Is that Grammy? Did Grem just get in here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right,
Just
hello
right.
there.
Graham
Welcome,
just in
Jeff.
time to hear me say next article because there's no Bridget. Shit game. 0 out of 10. I need
Yeah.
my traps.
Yes.
Let's see.
can
Revelator is
y'all
coming to
hear me?
PS3 and
Yeah,
PS4
we
in
can hear
Japan
you.
sometime next
We can hear
spring.
you.
I want to talk a little. It's the only way for me to work out right now currently.
Mhm.
Why are you?
So,
Are you underneath the coffee table?
Huh?
Are you just like I'm picturing you like crouched underneath the coffee table, and everyone else just watching TV, and you're like, "So here I am, guys. I'm just streaming."
Self podcasting.
Stealth podcasting.
Anyways, two more stuff, and then we can move on to Tech Raptor. So let's see what the other two are. Kind of disappointed that Biken and Bridget is being cut out. What the fuck are you doing, Ark?
Well,
Why is Dizzy? I didn't know Dizzy was so popular.
It was they had a vote to see which they were going to definitely include. They could still change their mind and include more.
If they don't include Bridget,
I
I'm
didn't
gonna
know
lose my
Dizzy was
shit.
so popular because I didn't
Yeah.
think she was a very interesting character.
Graham, I know you like Bridget too. Come on, man, rant about this with me.
Uh,
You like them traps. Come on,
it's
don't
terrible.
do it. I think at least
You're
I've
hard
tested
into
it.
it.
What?
His rant is devoid of ranty passions.
And he's
I
like,
guess-
it's bad. It's not good. Then they
But I'm not sad. I just don't want to wake him up. Did the Grim just wake up?
Shall we move
I think
on?
Graham
or
just
do we
woke up
want
and
to-
like rolled onto the floor and turned
Alright.
on his computer.
Shall we
Yeah.
move on, or do we want to rant about this some more?
Let's
Uh,
move on because I don't think there's enough to talk about with this.
Okay, next one. Square Enix details what's to come in Final Fantasy XIV's 3.1 update. In other words, this is more hype for an already popular MMO.
It's
Yeah.
it's a good MMO, guys.
Mhm.
I gotta say, the base vanilla game of Realm Reborn was not the best in terms of story and end game content.
Mhm.
But
So
after
apparently,
Heaven's Word,
yeah.
they really upped their game on the storytelling, and I really hope this continues that tradition.
So the upcoming update is going to include a main scenario, which is going to come right after the scenario of 3.0, and it is going to detail the second, and a second detailing a bit of the Void Arc, which is the new 24-man raid coming for 3.0.
Holy tits!
24 man? Why not?
Yeah,
20 or
24 people
25?
raid. That's a big raid.
It's a big raid, dude. That's
Yeah.
I don't think we can fit much more in that.
Alright, this next bit is going to be a little bit spoilery, so beware. So, to begin with, the main scenario will pick up right after 3.0 left off, with Ishgard struggling towards a new tomorrow. With the events that took place on Azizla, Ishgard is left trembling with its ironclad pillars of faith crumbling right under the nation's feet. Now they begin to strive towards a future that will put the destructive and bloody Dragonsong War behind them. While it is not clear what we may see in the coming storyline, hopefully we will see a bit more information surrounding the teasers at the end of 3.0, especially the Warrior of Light's natural enemy. And it shows like this big behemoth, right? With a toaster for a head and the concept art, right?
Maybe it's a giant ship that you have to raid.
Mm-hmm.
The Warrior
That
of
would be
Light,
epic.
isn't that the protagonist of the first Final Fantasy?
Warrior of
Maybe
Light?
Warriors of Light.
Maybe.
Mhm.
Let's see. As for the upcoming raid, anyone who plays the game has surely heard of the ship that's been spotted around the Sea of Clouds and the Churning Mists. Okay, so this picture, this concept art is of that ship. That mysterious
cool as
UFO
shit.
that mysterious UFO that's out there is in fact the location for the next 24-man raid. Ooh, so this is like the ship where you're gonna be raiding with a large group. That
With
looks pretty
24
exciting.
people.
It's
Yes.
essentially a ghost pirate.
Oh, wow. Okay, that is exciting.
This looks cool.
I haven't
Look at the
played it.
screenshots. They're absolutely
I haven't-
really cool.
Yeah, I haven't played the game, and I'm already liking this premise. With the advances in the usage of airships and amidst the arrival of the so-called Great Sky Age, in other words, Skies of Arcadia is now canon in FF14.
Look at the little Kate Sith over there. Look at that. That's the little Kate Sith
Mhm.
hanging out, being a cat.
And
It's a cat.
there are those who ride their own airships through the sky, seeking hidden lands and mystery. They're known as sky pirates. Oh god, so they're definitely incorporating Skies of Arcadia canon into this. I can see
Well,
it.
no, they have Sky Pirates and other Final Fantasy games too.
Like,
I know, but
Now
it's
become a
like-
trending
Fantasy
thing
12?
in these.
I know, but it's kind of awesome. Like when I compare it to Skies of Arcadia, right? It is a positive thing because Skies of Arcadia is awesome.
Oh, I know.
Hmm.
I'm
Let's
saying, like, I
see.
feel like
There has been a rumor.
there's so many cool Sky Piratey things. Like,
Hmm.
I love
Let's
Sky
see.
ships. That ship is terrifying looking. It's like Satan just came out of the void dimension. It's like, you know, it reminds me of like Chaos Marines and what their ships.
Well, yeah, it is an arc filled with evil power, so that
Yeah, it
explains why
looks like a
terrifying.
Chaos Marine ship, kind of, you
Uh-huh.
know, like Warhammer 40k.
well,
And-
Oh,
it's-
remember,
yeah.
Yeah. Let's
Sanity
see.
is for
Raid
the
will
weak.
require a minimum level
Yes.
of 175. Ooh, so is this like end game level or what?
Yes, it sounds like
What?
it.
Sounds like it because I think you have to if they're talking about item level, not
Yes.
so much. I think it can be slightly higher than that, but
Mhm.
it's pretty high. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Since it's a
And
new
it's
raid, it sounds as if you have to have good raid from the last one. I mean, good gear
Yeah,
from the last
this
raid.
is the item level though. It's not actual level.
mhm.
Yeah.
So
Like
basically like
item
the
level
tier of
seems
your
weird.
gear.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the tier of your gear basically.
Mhm.
So
Also,
cool. Looks interesting, honestly.
also that
Speaking of
case
online games,
is so adorable. Can you bring it up into the? Can you present it to everyone, Coda?
Oh yeah,
Because
the
this is
cute
such
little
an
cat.
adorable.
The cute little cat Sith thing.
you want me to
It's
Screen
so
share
cute.
it.
show? Okay, I'll screen share to Kate Seth.
Yes.
Yay, Kate's.
So I know I haven't
Yay.
played Final Fantasy 14 before.
Oh,
So can you
oh,
like do you
that's
like
Aw.
dangerous levels of Dorbs.
I know it's like, yo,
Oh
I'm
god, that is so
cute.
cute.
I know it.
So yeah, I haven't played Final Fantasy 14 myself. So if anyone else who have played this, right, can you tell me what this would mean for the game moving forward?
Probably it's gonna still be awesome.
Uh-huh.
I played it. It's great. Good game.
I can't run it, and I don't have the bandwidth for it.
Oh, I think Grammys.
Mm.
All right.
But it looks like an amazing game,
So I'm
and I
gonna
really, really
steal.
would want to play it.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal Coda's segue now
Okay.
and say, speaking of online games, new Dark Souls 3 screenshots highlight the game's online components.
Ooh.
So that's the next thing we're looking at. It says it looks like it's going to have. It says depicts the game's phantoms, bloodstains, blood messages, cooperative, player versus player, and the Lord of Cinder mechanics. So it
What
looks.
is Lord of Cinder?
Trying to remember. It's been forever since I've played Dark Souls. I mean, the most recent thing I played was Bloodborne. So can someone explain it better than I probably can in my mentally itis state of
Ooh.
mind?
Okay, this is a first. Dark Souls 3 is launching across PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC in North America and Europe in April of next year, and Japan on March 24th. In other words, hopefully we will get a good PC port this time of this Dark Souls game.
Oh wait, at the same time though. Yeah.
It would probably be.
Maybe they will. Maybe they'll actually have good PC controls that aren't controller
I
based.
really hope so. I really hope so because like
I'm
the
fine with
Dark
either
Souls
way because
1
I'm
PC
gonna.
port is a disaster. Like Dark Souls 1 is a great game, but the PC port was an unmitigated disaster. You had to you had to use the DS fix in order to play it, right?
Yep. And you could still get banned for it.
Yep. And also because it was tied to games for Windows Live, you're pretty much stuck with that shitty DRM if you want to play online.
Actually, they removed games for Windows Live for it.
I know, but I mean for the longest time you were stuck with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
And to be
I'm hopeful
honest-
because they are releasing at the same time.
Yeah, and to be honest, right, Dark Souls 2 is kind of a paltry offering in comparison to the first game. Do you ever have that feeling?
Yeah, it wasn't as
sure.
good as good as the first one.
Yeah.
I've heard that Dark Souls 2 makes things a lot easier compared to Dark Souls
Now
1.
see, and then they kind of correct that in Bloodborne. I feel like.
Uh-huh. But what about the armor glitch in Dark Souls 2? Do you think that was a big issue too?
Not necessarily. I mean, I'll admit, I played more Bloodborne than I even played Dark Souls. I love Dark Souls 1, played some Dark Souls 2. Played Bloodborne just because Bloodborne is Eldritch. And I
Uh-huh.
love HP Lovecraft shit, so I was all over that. I was like, oh my god, let me in.
Actually, the thing I really hated about Dark Souls 2 was the fact that after killing this group of enemies in this area so many times, they actually stopped spawning. That really, really pissed me off.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so they made it easier. And if you kicked an area's ass enough times, right, it stops becoming a danger. Is that what you're saying?
Oh yeah, but you can
No,
also
the
no
monsters
longer
literally
farm.
stopped spawning. The
That's
monsters.
kind of disappointing because one of the best features of Dark Souls 1 is that every single part of the world, right, no matter how overleveled you are for that area, will always pose a threat to you.
But it actually made it a little bit harder because you are forced to move into the even harder areas if you wasn't properly leveled or geared. In case if
Ah,
you was grinding out some souls and whatnot to get better gear for you to go into the next area, but now all of a sudden they
yeah, that
start
is kind of
spawning. Now you gotta be forced into the next area.
yeah. Now that's kind of a big middle finger to players who want to take their time and like grind up to get better gear so they have stand a chance to going into the next area. Because let's be honest, right? Not many people can get good, right? So if you're stuck with gear that isn't good enough and you're unable to get better stuff by grinding, then you're pretty much screwed.
Yeah.
So
But I mean,
hopefully
yeah,
Dark Souls 3 will be better.
yeah, I think it will because I mean they did a lot of great stuff
Hmm.
with Bloodborne.
Yeah.
So
Here's the
I
thing,
feel
though.
like
I really hope that Dark Souls 3's like PvP mechanic is kind of tied to level ranges. Like if a
oh yeah,
person
they
invades
did
your
that with
realm.
two as well, and also I think
uh
Bloodborne, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because I think that would make because like in Dark Souls 1, right? You can be invaded by a level 50 warrior right like right off the bat,
Yeah,
and they control you over and over again, which isn't fun.
the same thing could happen in Demon Souls as well. But yeah, Dark
Yeah.
Souls 2 they fixed that. They made it like something like soul level.
Hmm.
You could only
Yeah.
invade players if your soul level is in a certain ratio of the other one, which
Hmm.
was cool because it wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna invade this little low
Hmm.
bitch.
And also that makes things better because now every single fight is a lot more of a struggle than going one way or the other.
But it's still fair, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I like this idea because it kind of makes for interesting fights where each player is evenly matched in terms of soul level, and it will all come down to skill.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'm a little bit interested in this. I hope it'll be better than everything they've released so far.
Yep.
And that'll be
Okay.
it for Niche Gamer. Now the Tech
Wow.
Rock.
Wow, that was a lot of
That
niche
was the
gaming.
longest shit. Oh my god, we just did so much Niche Gamer.
All right,
Tech
Tech
Rock.
Oh,
Raptor.
Now this
Ah,
one
this is
is
gonna
a
be a good
little bit of
one.
opinion kind of piece, an editorial. This is
Mm-hmm.
talking about the episodic model used for games lately. Is
Uh-huh.
this a way forward for games from now on? Or is this just something that only works for few selective titles?
Let's see.
hmm. I think it depends on the genre.
I
Um,
think Telltale's games actually worked episodic. Uh,
Yeah.
well, yeah, it worked very well episodic for Telltale's games. I think in general, like games that are like that, where it's about the story and the choices you make and the actions you take. That and what was it? The Wolf Among Us. Any Telltale's game really worked
Yeah.
really well episodically.
Yeah, and the
I feel like
reason
you
why
couldn't
is
do the
because.
same. Yeah, I
Mhm,
feel like you couldn't do the same thing with other games because look what happened recently.
mhm,
New Afro Samurai game came out, episodic.
mhm.
Got everyone was like, "Why? Why are you doing that?"
Don't
Yeah.
forget Half-Life 2 episodes.
I don't think
This is
necessarily. Would you
well,
call it?
Half-Life 2 is an example of well,
bad.
they were like, let's do episodes because then we'll be able to put out games more often, and then the development times will be shorter.
Do you know how much of an awesome
Shorter.
middle finger would be if Gabe Newell comes
Shorter.
up to E3 next year and is
Yeah.
like, "I'd like to announce a new Half-Life game."
Yeah.
Everyone's like, "Oh my
You
god, it's gonna be
know.
Half-Life
You
3,"
know
and then
what,
he
right?
goes, then he
I
goes,
want to
"It's
say
Half-Life
something.
2,
Yeah.
Episode 3." It would be awful. It'd be like, "Oh, dude, why
And
would
it's
you
running
do
on the
that?"
Half-Life 2 engine.
Can I
Yeah,
can I say something here?
go for
Like
it.
like this thing actually is something that isn't actually a new thing. It actually comes. This is something that actually comes like way back in the 90s. Like if you take a look at like the history of Doom, well as the years pass, right? At first, it is like the first episode with the Doom demo
Mhm.
shareware thing, right? Which is just the first one. knee
And it
deep
was
in the
free.
dev, right? And then when the game released, it added episode 2 and 3, which is Deimos. I think Deimos, right? The Deimos episode and the Inferno episode, right? And then
Yeah.
after Doom 2, they released the final episode, turning into Final Doom with episode 4. So I do think that episodic content is something that can work with across many genres, but the game has to be structured in a way to allow for such a thing. So
Yep.
I don't think that many RPGs like traditional JRPGs would fit that model because there's so many things going on asynchronously that it would be hard to tie things up together into a knot for each episode.
Yeah, I agree. Actually,
Yeah.
it works better with some genres, we should say, than
Like
with other
adventure games,
genres.
like adventure games, definitely because it reads like a storybook, right? Like you
Right.
have,
Exactly.
yeah, adventure games are basically glorified adventure storybook, like choose your own adventure storybooks, and it works so well with the episodic kind of thing because, because after you play through the first episode, you're gonna be left wanting more.
Yeah.
I don't see anything negative
It's a-
about it.
Yeah, I don't see anything negative about it. It's just that you need to develop your game around the episodic model in
No,
order for it to work.
I could see something negative about it in certain situations.
Yes.
A good example of becoming negative is if they start charging higher prices for the episode, so it amounts to more than $60 for the full game.
Well, here's some games that it would be really bad for. Imagine if they made an episodic, like Call of Duty,
Hmm.
where you.
It's not gonna happen because I don't think the market is going to be able to support it.
Yeah, but
Well, EA keeps
hypothetically,
somewhat trying that with its level packs for Battlefield.
Now, actually, let's go back for a second. You know what Capcom did? They did episodic Resident Evil Revelations 2,
Yep.
and they sold each episode separately. Unless you buy the big old pack, which is over $60.
Wait, isn't the whole pack like $40?
Now,
no, it was more.
Oh, okay then, yeah.
And they
And
acted
after-
like the last couple episodes was. I mean, and Capcom did that even before that with Asura's Wrath, which, mind you, love Asura's Wrath. That was a good game.
Mhm.
But the final, 2 chapters were DLC.
Uh-huh.
And then the game itself in completion amounts to more than what? Than $60.
Mhm.
yep,
That's the problem.
that is, you want the full story.
Mhm. Yeah, and this is why I think the Telltale does it so well because its market model kind of really works with the episodic thing. Like you pay like $4 for each episode, and by the time it's finished, right, you end up paying about say $20, $24 for the whole thing. That is actually a good price for the whole experience. don't you
Yeah,
think?
see, that's nice. You pay $30, $40.
Mhm.
But if the game ends up costing you $70, $69.99 for everything because they release all these chapters and they left you on a cliffhanger, and then they're like, "Wait, here's the last chapter. It's $15 for get that one." That's bad. Don't do that. Give us the full
Yeah,
game and
it's really bad
chapters
because,
for the price of a full game.
Mhm.
So,
Like,
a little bit of off-topic thing. I opened up Steam and I clicked on the big old Deep Silver Weekend thing, and in the banner I see Mighty Number 9.
What?
Yeah, I actually mentioned this before. When
I didn't know the
I
Deep
had-
Silver is publishing Mighty Number 9.
Oh yeah, Deep Silver is publishing my number. Yeah.
Wait, what?
I'm so confused by that.
Where did that come out of the blue from? Really? What?
I have
they
no
are.
Why are
idea.
they selling a game that never came out yet?
I don't know.
Well,
Deep Silver doesn't have the best marketing ethics, to be honest.
That
Do
is
you remember
catching
when
it
they
for
announced
me.
the Metro Redux bundle, right? They
Mhm.
gave us a 50% loyalty discount, right? And that only lasted while the pre-order period is around. As soon as the game got released, right, the price went back up to full price for everyone, including people who owned the previous versions of the game. So I'm pretty sure that yeah, Deep Silver is pretty greedy when it comes to these kind of things.
Quick question. Who was the devs who made Dead Island? Deep Silver publisher, I remember. Who was the developer?
Let's see, the Dead Island developers. Let me take a look.
I remember Deep Silver had something to do with that. I wasn't sure they were publisher developer, but I remember all the Dead Island
Techland.
people.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Techland.
Thank you.
I have a
Techland. So Techland, if you remember, all the people from Techland after they broke away from Deep Silver and were doing Dying Light, Warner Brothers published Dying Light. They did all the publishing for it.
uh,
And Dying Light was honestly, in my opinion, worlds better than either of the Dead Island games prior to it. So
really.
when you think about it, Deep Silver seems to run shit into the ground by either rushing it or not being like
Mm,
not giving enough input.
I
So
guess
I
that
feel like when you have a
explains-
good publisher, it can make a world of difference and
Uh-huh.
make or break how well the game looks at release.
Well, I guess that explains why Hellraid is still in development limbo 3 years after it got announced.
Well,
Which is so disappointing because Hellraid looks so good and I'm so excited for it. And you know when I first saw this, right, it says you're gonna see it release in 2014, right? 1 year later, and the game is barely like presentable. And like what the fuck?
Yeah.
What's going on? And it's really painful because Techland are really good developers. I mean, they made the best Call of Juarez game, which is Gunslinger.
Oh yeah, because
Call of
Techland,
Juarez.
it's true. When you give Techland a decent publisher, they can do wonders.
Yeah.
They can do really well. But if you give them a publisher that fucks around and doesn't, do the right thing as a publisher, you're gonna get a fucking mess like the Dead Island games.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, let's not like talk about the disaster that is Escape Dead Island.
Oh God,
Oh.
man.
speaking of
Yeah.
horror games, Allison Road Kickstarter was canceled, but good news, it was canceled because Team 17 will be publishing the game for them. They
Oh,
That
Yep,
is
they offered.
a pretty rad
Yeah.
thing to happen.
Yep,
Basically,
that
Good for
Team
them.
17.
guaranteed to happen.
That Team 17 of the Lemmings and the Worms fame.
Yeah, so that's pretty fucking cool. Good for them.
Yes, it's really good because now we are going to be seeing a spiritual successor to Silent Hill. A good
With
Silent
a
Hill
good
game.
with a good publisher and a good developer, probably. I mean, the
Team
publisher, Team 17 will rock it.
Well, I don't know about Team 17 being a public good developer because their recent Worms games have been pretty garbage.
Hey, I like some of the recent ones.
Yeah,
I
but
haven't played
all
any of the
physics
recent
good.
ones.
Yeah, but the physics aren't as good as Worms Revolution, Worms World Party, I guess.
Well, come on, that's like their magnum opus.
Yes, it fucking is.
It's
Like,
kind of hard to outright just say.
yeah, that game
That's
is
like
fucking
saying.
amazing.
That's like saying, yeah, well, it'd be like playing any game as a kid that was like a really good RPG and then playing a sequel to it, like 10 sequels
Yeah.
down the road 10 years later. You're still going to think more highly of the old one.
Yeah, but actually, there's a very solid reason why Worms World Party and Worms Armageddon is the best Worms game ever made, and it's simply
Yeah.
down to its physics. Its physics is very unpredictable, very bouncy, and leads to a lot of chaos happening. And that is what makes the Worm game so fun, is that it leads to a lot of chaos.
Dude,
In
Worms is fucking great.
yeah,
Have you ever-
Worms Reload was actually pretty fun.
Have you ever played Hedge Wars?
no.
Yes!
Yeah, we'll have to do some Hedge Wars sometimes.
We don't have to.
Like
But yeah, I
the
remember
game? Yes, I'm gonna take
Worms-
a look at it.
Worms Reloaded has given me some of my fondest memories of like gaming with friends because I remember one time a couple of my friends and I we all played a game of Worms Reloaded. And one friend was being a dick and just being a dick, and so he's like half Mexican. He hates that fact.
What is he, a racist?
No, well, kind of. We all are a little bit sometimes. And so I made a. God, we're gonna lose all our streamers right now. I made a worm squad that was wearing sombreros
Uh-huh.
called His Name's Family,
Oh
and they were
boy.
all like El Mother, and like all. It was really bad.
Oh, mother.
And he was just very frustrated and just gunning for me the whole game, and we were just the rest of us were just dying laughing.
All right.
But
Quick
Worms just
question.
has such great moments like
What-
that, where you just fuck around. It's really fun.
Yeah. All right. Going back to the whole Deep Silver thing, right? Going back to that. Have any of you played Gat Out of Hell?
No.
Yeah,
All right. How well does it play on the controller?
much better.
Okay. Thank you.
The controller, yes. I got it on. I played at my friend's house on PC before I went and got it on PS4. Like the next day, I was like, "Yeah, I'm getting this on PS4."
Okay, I'm buying
Not
it.
buying it on PC. No, excuse me.
Okay. Next topic, because this one's a little bit controversial.
Ooh, this is gonna be a big evil kind of thing.
Dragon
Yeah.
Quest Heroes comes from restricting streaming policy.
I have first person experience with this.
Oh,
really?
do tell.
Wait,
hmm
what? How?
Yep. So I'll explain this because I actually have on my desk right now, right over to the left of me, I have that little treasure box. So I have the special edition of Dragon Quest Heroes. They had no prior announcement that this would be a thing before it really released. So when it released, I remember I got it, I put it in my PS4, I started up, and the first thing that you see right on the tile screen is this little button right at the right hand corner. You press like triangle or something, and it says streaming restrictions or streaming policies.
Notice
I
about
was like,
streaming.
huh. Yeah, I noticed about stream, and I read the whole thing, and this is it. It says this game is a copyrighted work. The copyright is held by a collaboration of authors representing Square Enix Co. Ltd. Additionally, the music copyright is held by Sugiyama Koppo. Streaming of this game is permitted only in non-commercial contexts. However, using streams of the game to primarily provide or listen to music is prohibited even in such non-commercial contexts. For information in terms relating to the streaming of this game, please see the official Dragon Quest Heroes website. There's a little link right there. Now, I actually clicked the link at one point, and it explains very, very, very specifically what you can and can't do. There's so much red tape, no one's going to stream this game. You basically can't do it in any monetary way. You can't stream it with just the music on. You can't use a jukebox. You can't do anything but gameplay while you're streaming the game. And you can't monetize it. And it's really fucking bizarre.
And there's also one other thing. You can
Yeah.
only use the PlayStation Share for streaming.
Yep.
It's because of the music? Who's the composer?
I
Uh,
think it's more just the music.
It's
Wow.
It's,
So in other
I'm reading
words,
it and it said that the main
Yama
issue here is the
Kobo.
music.
so in other words, Square Enix is pulling a Nintendo with this bullshit.
Hold on,
Yeah.
because most of the agreements say something mainly that it's
About the
mainly about the
music,
music.
which is weird, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna look up the composer real quick.
I believe it's probably the name specifically mentioned in that bit. Sagayama Kobo.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. Give me a second. But this might be an issue we are running into. Okay, he is the original. He seems to be a composer for the Dragon Quest games. For the most
Yeah, he's a very
part.
well-known
He's composed
composer.
Fortune. He's composed Fortune Street, Dragon Quest, Monster Joker 2, Dragon Quest. What is VI? Is that 7?
What?
7.
VI
VI.
is 6.
Okay, Dragon
Oh,
Quest
wow,
6,
yeah, so he's
Realms
been with
of
them for a long
Revelation,
time, see?
Dragon Quest IX, Sentinel of the Starry Skies, Dragon Quest Wars. We're gonna have to. It would be a good idea to see if you can stream either one of these games. To be fair, he's in the special thanks of these games though, the credits wise. So it's really strange.
Yeah. I
that
don't understand why they're doing it though.
it's obviously because of a mandate from the composer, because you can actually can you stream Dynasty Warriors games
Oh hell yeah.
properly without
Hell yeah. They don't have anything about that.
can
So
you
this isn't
stream
this isn't Bandai Namco or Koei or anybody else doing. Well, it's Koei that does the Dragon Quest games. So
yeah,
and
but
not the Dragon
Koei
Quest,
is
the Dynasty
responsible for
Warriors.
developing Dragon Quest Heroes.
Yeah. So it has nothing to do with them. I feel like this is entirely Square Enix.
Yeah,
Um.
yeah. I
Can you
don't think a
stream
composer would do something that boneheaded.
can you stream and monetize Final Fantasy videos?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Can you stream and monetize Dragon Quest videos?
Those are the first Dragon Quests to be out on the new consoles.
Yeah, but have there been any streamers that had to deal with any red tape streaming and monetizing Dragon Quest videos?
With this, yeah. But this is the only one though so
This
far.
is the only one so far.
Well, because it's the only one that's been released on the new consoles, like
Yeah,
on PS4 and stuff like that.
it might be important to find that out, actually,
Yeah, I'm
because I
wondering
haven't
about
actually
that,
seen
too.
Let's Players monetize and stream any Dragon Quest games as of recent.
And
Especially though
I haven't
there
seen
are
any
some console-based.
and I haven't seen any other studio besides I think Nintendo with a lot of their games doing stuff like this.
A good
and-
chunk of Dragon Quest games have came out for the 3DS, so it's obviously we can't stream.
Yeah, we got
3DS
3DS, and there's like one I think on the last like I think major console one was like what PS2.
The PS2.
Yeah, so we
So
wouldn't
you would
really-
have to ask if Dragon Quest 7 has ever been streamed without
Yeah, exactly.
monetization.
Because they couldn't really. Yeah, it's
So
so
it's
strange.
obviously an Enix thing, not a Square thing.
Yeah, due to music copyright. It says due to music copyrights around this thing too. It says due to music copyrights, we recommend the audiences view the trailer at the official YouTube site. Source press access via Square Enix.
Yeah, honestly, right, if you want to hear what I think about this new move, right, all you need to do is research Total Biscuit's take on Nintendo's aggressive copyright takedown policy on
Oh, it's
quitting
very
copyright
aggressive.
games.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. In Sega for Shining Force.
How
Yeah.
is Nintendo turning a blind eye on Mario Maker videos?
I
I've
don't
been
know.
curious about that.
I don't
actually,
fucking know.
because I don't know whether those videos are being monetized or not. So
Maybe so many of them have been made that Nintendo doesn't know how to deal with them all at once.
it's very
Mm-hmm.
would need to ask the.
I think we'll
Yeah,
have
it
to
makes a lot
wait
of
in the
sense
coming
to
months
me.
to see what Nintendo does
Sure.
because
To be
What?
fair, I found a Nintendo video, the feature on Nintendo channel featuring Pro Jared, I mean not Pro Jared, but the complaints and Matt. Possible that a good chunk of Mario Maker videos are,
paid for by Nintendo.
yes,
Yeah, I mean, it seems like I understand why. I feel like the little cliff note at the end of that article is very important, and the guy is very, very. He's right about it. He says, "Look, right at the end here, if you are going to use music like this in the first place, you'd realize that people streaming and providing advertising for your game won't go to it, and it'll hurt your game in the process. This is going to really destroy a lot of the potential that Dragon Quest had to come into this next generation of game consoles. People are probably who would have streamed it are not going to stream it because they can't make any money on it. At least the major YouTube streamers that would stream this kind of thing and get a lot of traction for it.
Here's a problem with that assessment. The next Dragon Quest game is coming out on the 3DS, and a good chunk of the series is being handled on handhelds. Dragon Quest Heroes is a spin-off, and I do assume that it's one of two spin-offs. So to be perfectly honest, they're not losing anything from
what if people were wanting to see
streaming.
a stream before they bought the game? Now they can't do that.
You can stream Final Fantasy, and you can stream a good chunk of the Warriors games. So I don't think Square Enix is losing much of anything
Mhm.
from not streaming Dragon.
Here's a
Okay,
big
here's
though. Here's a big question on this is why? Why are they doing this for this title specifically? Like, why
Yeah.
are they deciding for this one title to be so restrictive on the streaming policy?
What if
That's
it's
a
Be
a
the
good
source of
test?
question.
money.
What if they're seeing how much outlawing streaming affects their bottom line, and they're just using this as a guinea pig?
That would make
Ah.
perfect sense.
or even worse yet, they actually decide to take the lack of sales from this game as a reason to stop bringing their Dragon Quest series over to the United States.
Oh, don't say that. Don't.
Yeah, don't say that. That'd be awful.
Please don't say that.
Make it come
But I
true.
I do want that 3DS Dragon Quest that's gonna come out. So I really hope they don't start using this as an excuse, as Sega did with Dead Souls on
Or Namco Bandai.
Namco Bandai does a lot of their games. Like, God, like, I really hope they don't do that. Because, and I'm not gonna lie, I have had a little bit of fun playing some Dragon Quest Heroes when I have some time. It's really nice. It's a good Dynasty Warriors style game with a little bit of extra added things to it. I do like it, but when I saw that pop up, I was like, oh well, shit, that's kind of lame. Like when I first saw that little notice pop up, I was like, that's silly. Why are they doing that? Like it kind of like mars your opinion of what you're about to play a little bit when the first thing on the screen is that.
Yeah,
That's literally on the title screen, mind you. This
Yeah, it
isn't
really
like
is intimidating.
yeah, this is right on the title screen. Like, look, right when it says Create Adventure Log, right at the bottom, notice about streaming. Like instantly, it's crazy.
Yeah. Like if I see this, right, if I ever see this when I'm playing a game, right, I would instantly like turn off the console, take the disc out, and bring it back to the store for a refund.
Yeah, I can unfortunately because I bought the special edition, but like a dummy. But yeah,
By the way, how's the game?
it's fun. It's a fun game. I mean,
Yeah.
guys, I wouldn't let this destroy your opinion of wanting to play the game. I say this should, in some ways, maybe sway your opinion on how great of a company Squeenix is right now. However, I think the game itself is fun. If you like
Mhm.
Dynasty Warriors, you will like it.
It's a very
If you thought
unusual
Hyrule-
version of Dynasty Warriors, and I find that very interesting that they put.
I know, it's very fun. It's fun, and I usually don't play a lot of Dynasty Warriors games. I don't play a lot of Dynasty Warriors games. I like this game. It's got that it feels, and also like at the end of each battle, like when you win, it goes blue. The original Dragon Quest, like you won the battle.
I would like to
game.
see they apply some of the mechanics to a different kind of game because I like the concept of the Dynasty Warriors format and the RPG format mixing together
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, it's really cool like that.
I would also like to see a Dynasty Warriors style roguelike too. That would have been awesome too.
That'd be really neat too.
Hmm.
I would like
I don't
that.
know. I'm not sure if that would be a good idea because roguelikes are made to be played within 40 to 90 minutes. And-
Dynasty Warriors.
And
Yeah,
Dynasty
Dynasty Warriors is
Warriors
pretty short
that's
for
like
each
that.
level.
Dynasty Warriors is all about playing quickly.
Yeah, you want to beat the maps pretty fast.
Yeah,
You
but
wanna
then
get
there's
them.
also the overall campaign. that
Oh
has
yeah, I
this
mean you
overarching
can do
story.
like maybe it'll be randomized areas and stuff that you
You
can
know
do.
what I mean is that the most important thing about Dynasty Warriors isn't so much the campaign, but how the gameplay is and how it's played and such.
I don't know.
Because
I do
once
think,
you beat the campaign, you can pretty much hop into free mode and just go to town, leveling up and collecting things and such and all that. So it would actually apply very well to a roguelike scenario.
I guess that could be like an end game plus kind of content kind of thing where you just randomly generate an area and just have at it for like 40 to 90 minutes.
Yeah, that's exactly what Dynasty Warriors is like playing it. The campaign is usually just the first part to unlock the characters and stuff. But once you complete the campaign, then there's a lot of extra modes and other things that jump in at
You know
any
what would
time
be
to
great?
play the game.
You know what would be great for a Dynasty Warrior game? PvP, like a large tower defense style PvP, right? Where you protect your own stuff while you assault the other guys' shit, and the other guy is trying to do the same to you.
So,
Yeah.
I think we've been talking enough about Dragon
Yeah, this is
Quest.
taking a while.
Let's
Next
move on.
short little topic we're going to be quick on. Heavy Gear Assault is aiming for esports market.
I don't know much about this game in particular.
Apparently, it's a PvP mech combat game made
I
by
mean,
a lot
you
of the
had me at
guys.
PvP mech.
Yeah, a lot of the guys who are responsible for Mech Warrior 4 Mercenaries modders. Oh, so basically, this is a game made by Mech Warrior 4 modders, and it's based in the Dream Pod 9 universe of the same name, Heavy Gear Assault. Let's see. And the leader of this team is Jean Nguyen of MechTech Studios and Stumpy Bot. Let's see. And apparently they're aiming for esports market. I can't really comment on this because I've never played a game like this before, and I have no idea what would make a balanced and sports-ready mech combat game. Let's see what it has to say. Having been in development since the Unreal 4 engine was first released, ooh, so this is actually a new thing. Quite a bit of the core gameplay is completed. That's good. MechTech's plan for the rest of the content is to release it in modules, similar to what Star Citizen promises to do with full release in 2016. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
I don't know about that
Oh,
release. I don't like
this is
that.
Planned
not-
release includes more mechs, more weapons, more mech pieces, radar, yada yada yada. There are plans that
Wait.
single-player campaign. And
Okay, so
building
this is more like Line of Defense than Star Citizen, because Star Citizen had nothing yet so far.
Yeah, I guess that's true. They didn't even do like an early access. Well, they kind of did, didn't they?
And there are also plans to add a single-player campaign and the ability to play with friends over LAN, so online play will not be the only way to enjoy the game. I'm not so sure about this project now because, like, it is like they're trying to make a game that is focused on esports, right?
Yeah.
And then they plan to add a single-player campaign on top of that. Now, as someone who has taken a good look at the Serious Sam development cycles, right? I can tell you, balancing like a game, right, for single player and for multiplayer PvP is a fucking nightmare because what works for a single player campaign will be completely different to what will work for a deathmatch sort of game type. And this is going to add so much development time, so much money to development costs in order to make things work together in a unified manner. And this is I mean, like if this is like a project that is done for fun, right? Like for people to enjoy a mech game, then it wouldn't have been a big issue. But like, think about this. This is designed to be an esports game. So why the feature creep? Why are they feature creeping on this?
For the
Mech
extra money.
customization is a major component of the game, and while it is still in early stages, the options available are fairly extensive. Players can choose from a few different mechs and then can choose their parts, weapons, colors, and paint types. If you want your mech to be super shiny and pink, that is possible. Okay, my
My
opinion
mech
on
is
this.
gonna be purple.
Yeah, my opinion on this game started to rise a little because I would like to see the gayest bot ever fighting.
Yeah, just like the rainbow ass pounding Tron, and it's just like, what's up,
Yeah.
guys?
As
I
is
know
making it rusted and unpainted. The
Instead
planned
of,
addition is the ability to export your mech build. Wait, what? Export to what? So entire teams can be matched without having to mess with settings. Oh, so you can share your build with other players so they can try it out. I hope that's what they mean because that would be pretty interesting. All of the mech parts in the game are placed on top of a base skeleton so that when you are shot in certain ways, they can all be damaged and fall off. Okay. This isn't just cosmetic either. Losing limbs or weapons can partially or fully disable a player that is unlucky enough to get hit this way.
Oh, so it's kind of
Another-
like it's kind of like iron.
Robocraft?
What's it called? Iron.
Robocraft?
No, it's called iron something.
iron sights.
No, it's Iron Warrior or Iron Mech or something. It was a
Iron Maiden.
PS1, PS2 game series. I think they made
Uh,
one for PS3 as well. It was Iron something. And you
Let's see.
basically built a mech and you got all these different parts, and you'd fire their mechs, but you could get your parts damaged and have to like replace them, and it would disable the weapon. It was really cool.
Okay, another planned feature of this game are missions that will involve players exiting their megs in order to complete objectives.
Hey, Alto, are you sure you
So
wasn't
this is
talking
going to
about
be like reverse
I can't hear you.
Titanfall.
What'd you say?
Are you sure you wasn't talking about Armored Core?
Maybe it was Armored Core. Is that what I'm thinking of?
I
It
don't
was,
know.
it was Armored Core. Thank you.
Uh,
Yes, you
So-
damaged parts in Armored Core too. It's
Yeah.
cool.
all right. Okay. On one hand, this idea is actually quite good because it has been used in Shogo Mobile Armor Division, right? Where you have FPS segments and mech combat segments, right? But on the other
Yeah.
hand, I'm
Mhm.
worried that it will become like a reverse Titanfall,
Yeah, maybe.
and it's going
But-
to imbalance the whole thing.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I've always kind of wanted to play like a
Mhm.
mech game where you can get out of your mech and do stuff too.
Yeah.
I like that
Oh,
idea. I've always liked that
Here
concept.
is the sort
You
of tentative good
mean-
news. The game is currently in early access. Fan feedback is incredibly important. Many fans from MechWarrior 4 and MechWarrior Living Legends communities have gathered together to give suggestions for improvements, and MechTech has been taking these closely to heart. The idea is to try to make the best mech combat game out there. Wow, that's pretty ambitious. One that
Okay.
fans wanted but never
It
quite.
legitimately looks very nice, I have to say too,
Mhm.
considering.
So, Alto, was you meaning Titanfall?
No, I meant
Okay.
armored. I meant armored.
No,
Alright,
I
so-
mean, like you saying being able to also play outside of the mech.
No, I mean
No,
you start
I
out
said
in a mech
reverse
and get out of
Titanfall.
your mech. I like the whole
Yeah.
reverse idea.
Yeah, so
Uh,
I called it like reverse Titanfall because this like seems to be like the idea of Titanfall where you can call on max and climb into it, but in this case you're doing the opposite.
See, I kind of like the reverse more in a weird way,
Yeah.
and
But I'm not
I don't
sure.
know.
because
I like that thing.
in stuff like this, right? It will always like leave like vulnerabilities for the game to be imbalanced as fuck.
True.
Let's see. Developers play the game themselves every Monday so people can ask questions, make suggestions, and just hang out with everyone. This is another great avenue to interact with the community and build a game everyone wants to see. Let's see. As a bonus for early adopters, MechTech ran a tournament during the alpha, and there was a surprising amount of interest from the sponsors, and prizes include things like a GTX 970. Ooh. Due to the great support the first received, another tournament is planned for everyone that currently owns the game, and the prizes are expected to be even bigger this time around.
That's
Hmm.
pretty cool. Good for them.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
overall, this game is very, very promising. It features so many things that like Mac fans seems to want, but on the other hand, I'm just kind of worried because this game seems to have a lot of feature creep, like possible avenues for feature creep already set in stone. And I really, really hope that the developers know what they're doing in order to rein in the feature creep
You
as they
mean
develop this
you're
game.
worried that the game's gonna be too ambitious?
Yep.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, like they're trying to make a game that is like esports focused, but on the other hand, they're planning a single player campaign. I mean, those two things don't really go together very well because an esports oriented game, right, is almost invariably a multiplayer game only for a very good reason because like I said, balancing for multiplayer is completely different from balancing for single player.
Now, since graphics cards were mentioned not too long ago, that's a nice
Yeah.
little segue into the next article.
Cool.
Yeah,
Now,
cool.
this is from the technology section, but I think it applies really well to
The
gaming.
wording
because-
is pretty suspect in the headline. In video game ready drivers to force registration.
Yep.
Let's
You-
see.
Wow,
have-
why?
Wait,
to download the new drivers. They
Yeah,
Did
are-
you already
apparently-
have to be registered?
Now, apparently, right, you are required now to register and use a client so that you can download NVIDIA game-ready drivers for when the game gets released.
Oh, I
So in
already do
other
that.
words, so in
It's
other
really
words,
easy
right?
that way.
Yeah, so in other words, right, this is going to be like Steam, but for video game drivers.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the good thing about this. I'll explain because I actually have a gaming right here that came with that already on it. It's
Uh-huh.
not bad, mind you,
Hmm.
and I actually really like it.
It
I
actually
think
seems very, very good.
something a little
It's very
bit.
nice because what it does is not only it's always running. So what it does is whenever the new driver comes out, it goes bloop bloop and just appears at the bottom right. It says, "Hey, there's a new driver for this game. The
Yes.
game's coming out soon. Do you want to use this?" And you can say yes or no, and it'll start downloading it and finding the right driver and everything for you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but the thing you're
That
talking about, that NVIDIA whatever integration thingy,
the
doesn't require
GeForce
you to register
Experience.
yet. This will be a change to that where you'll have to register to
Oh,
use
okay,
it.
gotcha. I'm already registered, so I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm not seeing
Yeah.
the full scope.
Honestly,
Of
I think that this is just more to do with it being more convenient because traditionally, right, you would have to go look up the website and look up drivers and make sure that they don't conflict with everything else. It's
yeah.
kind of a mess. So I think that this is going to make things a lot more convenient for enthusiast gamers who wants to play the latest and greatest games on the market.
Hmm.
I don't know. This actually seems like a good thing. And which is why I take umbrage to the headline because forcing registration kind of sounds like they're kind of like putting a gun to the back of your head to do something for them
Yeah, I
without
mean,
them
yeah,
returning anything in
and
return.
really, it just makes it easier for you. In the end of the day, it's not gonna,
Yeah.
in my opinion, anyway, because I have it already set up like that,
Hmm.
and it's a lot easier than going manually check, say, okay,
Hmm.
do I have this driver? And then even when you do it and you're not registered, the reason why I registered in the first place is when you do it and not registered, you have to put in your driver information every fucking time. You have to put in the card, all your specs. It's really obnoxious. With this, it knows. It's like, I know exactly what you are because you've already been here. Here you go. Here's your
Hmm.
drivers. And
Yeah.
it's over in 5 minutes. Bam, you're
Yeah.
done. You're out.
So in this case, there's a very, very good reason for this to happen.
Yeah, it's a good reason in this case. For
Hmm.
once, it's a good reason. It's
So
annoying
you
as
know what?
fuck without it.
And you know what? I would take that over the garbage that is the Catalyst drivers that I have with my AMD card.
Hmm.
Like holy shit, right? Like I'll let you in on a secret, right? But AMD cards are actually much more intelligently designed and engineered than NVIDIA cards because a lot of the time NVIDIA cards function by brute forcing a lot of the graphics processing cores to get their performance. So they kind of cram as many cores as they can in order to make the graphics go faster.
Hmm.
But for AMD, right, they kind of structure the things a lot more intelligently, and so you get like much better performance out of a much less hardware requirement,
Yeah, makes
which
sense.
is
But
unfortunate.
overall, I think the end
Mm,
opinion on this is it could be a good thing.
yeah, yeah, which is unfortunate because the Catalyst Control Center, like the driver suite for AMD cards, is absolutely terrible. There is so little control you have over your graphic settings, and
Yeah.
more often than not, right, new drivers will fuck up the things that you already have going on.
Yep. That's the problem.
So yeah, if
Tech,
I
tech, blah, 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 blah. No.
so in my opinion, right, if I'm going to get a new graphics card, right, I am really considering jumping ship to Nvidia because fuck AMD.
Now here there's a lot of problems with certain games with AMD cards. Like certain games will just straight up just like there'll be like a driver update, and then a game that ran like last week will just straight up just like no, I'm not running. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like, I keep hearing that. I hear that from a friend of mine as an
Uh-huh.
AMD. Not pretty. But yeah.
Yeah. Which is kind of disappointing because AMD cards has a lot of promise, and up until a few years ago, right, they kind of outpaced the Nvidia cards in terms of price performance. Now it is no longer the case, and they really need to do something really drastic, really good in order to put them back into the game because Nvidia is just killing it right now.
They
Yeah, 'cause
have the
I think
touch.
some people are gonna be pissed at this, but I
They
don't.
have the power.
Yeah.
He
Okay,
got the
Game Smash.
touch. Yeah, game's
Okay.
not.
let's move on to the one article. And this is going to be us poking fun at MGS5 because, let's face it, MGS5 is overrated. Even though you may love it, you may hate it, but one thing's for certain, MGS5 is pretty overrated, and this is another reason why.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not even.
Premium
This is
FOB
very sad.
insurance? What is this, a car?
Okay, so let me explain FOB to everyone who doesn't know. So Metal Gear Solid 5, there's a forward operating base. That's what your FOB is called. It's kind of like a multiplayer base, mother base kind of thingy. And they generate resources for you and everything in single player and multiplayer. Other players can go raid your forward operating bases. Konami is basically saying, "Oh, are you too much of a bitch to go out and farm more materials after a player went and raided your FOB? Don't you have to worry about that anymore because you can pay us real money. I mean, mother base coins. Sorry, this is bought with real money though, and you don't lose anything. We promise, except $14 fucking probably, or whatever you have to pay for that many mother base coins." Like,
So
it's so dumb. It's like, dude,
Yes.
stop, Konami. Oh my god. Like, even the quote at the very end from Forbes is like, and this perfectly describes how I was thinking about it. This is equal parts bizarre and awful. But I guess that pretty accurately describes most of Konami's decisions lately, so it comes as no surprise.
This is basically Konami taking a big shit on Kojima.
Yours is offering a
I'm gonna be real.
plan.
I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
And knock Kojima down a peg.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
pretty
like,
sure
seriously.
he knew about this before he left.
I
he knew
don't know
about
about
this?
that. He left about, like, a third of the... Well, did you see
This
all the
sounds like
cut
something.
content?
This is sound like something that was already in the game's code to begin with.
I don't know. I mean, there were a lot of
I don't know.
things that were in the game's code that weren't
Alright,
there. when
let me
you
put
read
it this
about
way, okay? Let me put it this way. Kojima was fired during the production of MGS5. So there are plenty of things that Konami could have added without the supervision of Kojima.
Mhm.
Actually,
And
I
another
think
thing,
he
and one of the
completed the
things
game
that kind
before
of
that.
lent credence to this
No,
idea
no. Graham,
is
did
the
you see all the
fact,
cut content?
yeah,
Oh,
like
Yeah,
the
he
idea.
didn't complete the design of the game. He completed the writing of the game. They cut about half of it out.
hmm
Probably more than
Yeah.
half, actually, I'd say.
Yeah, and let me let you on a little secret because this is something that Konami fans, like even Konami fans, have been talking about and complaining about, is that MGS5 feels very, very incomplete. It feels
Mhm.
like an incomplete game that needs polishing. It needs extra content, and the reason for that is pretty obvious. Konami fired Kojima in the middle of production, and so the rest of the team had to finish it without him.
And
And
that
there's
would be a
actual
mess, I
story.
imagine. Because
Yeah.
Kojima is definitely a great director when it comes to telling people and having a vision and unifying people under that vision to make the game.
And I'm really sorry, MGS fans, but this is kind of like the reality here is that MGS5 is not nearly as good as it could have been if they have just let
Exactly.
Kojima finish the game.
I 100% agree. And I'm a person who has played every Metal Gear game for the most part that was released in the West. When I say every Metal Gear game, I don't mean starring at Metal Gear Solid 1. I mean starring at Metal Gear on the NES.
Uh-huh.
That's how far my history goes with this series. And I also played the MSX version, but that's a different story. Anyway, I feel like it's like this. The series is over, and it ended on a whimper. If you want to play a Metal Gear Solid game that has a decent conclusion,
The first
play
one?
4.
Oh.
Because 4 at least gives you closure on the characters. 5 gives you none of that, and it feels like 90% of the game just got axed. That's unfortunate, because, I mean, think about how long the game is already.
Yeah.
It could have been beastly huge. Like,
I don't
people
know.
were
I'm pretty
uncovering all
sure.
the cut content. I'm not sure if you guys remember those threads a while back where everyone was uncovering cut content, and it was like 60% of the game's content was cut. God
Here's what I think.
damn.
I think that Kojima can't dodge the blame on this.
Yes, he
I'll be real with
can.
you.
No,
I have
he
a,
can
I have
dodge.
a
No, I
very
agree
good.
here.
I have a,
I agree
no.
here. Right? I think that Kojima does share a little bit of responsibility for this, but on the other hand, right, a lot of the stuff that went wrong with Metal Gear Solid 5 is out of Kojima's hands. So it's kind of like in the middle, but more towards
Yeah.
absolving Kojima because in
But
the end, right?
the thing is, microtransactions is a thing that has to be coded in the game. It's not something that you just instantly put in the game. This is something that they
Well,
planned
yeah, but they also
beforehand.
cut like a lot of content already. It's not like they couldn't
Yeah.
have added that in after he was already
Mhm.
fired. He
Also,
was
I
fired
would like to,
about a
yeah,
quarter of the way through the game, almost being, or not quarter, like
yeah.
3/4 of the way of it being done.
I'm pretty sure he let the go ahead on this. Honestly,
I don't think so because I think
Mm,
he got fired long before that. There was never DLC on any other like game of his,
well,
I don't think,
it's
except
not
for
like
Rising.
All right,
I
I'm gonna ask a question, Alto, since you've played the game.
Yes.
How original are the side missions for Metal Gear Solid 5?
Originally, at the very beginning of the game, here's the weird thing about the game. Here's why I'm saying it feels like Kojima kind of got shafted about 3/4 of the way through. You actually tell the very moment where he got fired. It's very interesting. The first several missions of the game, including side missions, all feel different and interesting, kind of fun, and they're all different. And like I said, they're fun. They're good. They're good side missions. Feels kind of like Peace Walker in a way. It's fun. It's a fun game. It's a Metal Gear Solid game. Then, spoilers, everybody. Spoilers, 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 spoilers. In the car ride with Skullface, that's where Kojima got fired. Right before that happened, I swear to God, because it's after that point, after that conversation or one-sided speech in a car at a completely flat angle with inappropriately placed music, all the side missions start to feel bland and uninteresting from that point
Padding.
on. And keep in mind, this is about a little bit over, a little bit less, around halfway through the game. And that is how the rest of the game goes from there. So there you
Yeah.
go. And it's really unfortunate because I feel like this game could have been amazingly better than it was if if the president of Konami hadn't gone absolutely psycho and started doing like, oh, we're going to do mobile games and pachinko
Pachinko.
machines. Like,
First
holy
of all,
fuck, what are you doing?
here's an issue. Here's an issue I ran into, and I get it. Konami sucks, all right. But the issue I run into is this: one, Hideo Kojima has barely said a thing about what happened at
He's probably
Konami.
got a
Whether
gag
or not
order.
he
He probably
no
can't even
listen,
talk
listen.
about it.
Whether or not he's been fired, we don't know that. We don't know if he's been fired. Actually, we do not know that.
He's not
There's a
working
very
there
good
anymore.
chance that he. There's a very good chance that he left the company.
Well,
But
yeah, either way, if he was fired or
another
he
thing is
left,
that Kojima is a saint. Like you know the review camps, right? They tried that shit with Metal Gear Solid 4 before, the review camps. They've tried that shit before. And guess who had the go ahead? Guess who was there at the review camps? Hideo Kojima. I do not. I can't. I get it that he's just such a great writer when it comes to Metal Gear Solid, blah blah
Uh,
blah stuff like that. But let's not pull the wool over people's faces and assume that Kojima wasn't
oh
at
no.
least half responsible for this. All right, there's a
Uh,
very good chance that he had very good intentions of adding an online mode to Metal Gear Solid. He's added online mode before, so these microtransaction bullshit is just an extension of that.
I don't think that's true. I don't
And,
think there's any evidence towards
and
that,
here's
though.
another thing. Here's another thing we have to run into. Metal Gear Solid is a Japanese game,
Yeah.
and what is the most dominant market in Japan? One of the most dominant market in Japan, mobile
Well,
market,
I
and
don't know, but there's
they
no
have a
evidence
lot of
towards
free to
Kojima
play.
approving this is the point. We're
They
kind
have
of
a
just...
lot. No, they have a lot of free to play games, and those free to play games have a lot of ridiculous microtransactions in those free to play games. And the Japanese, and it doesn't seem like Japanese fans give two shits about it. So it's possible that the Metal Gear Solid 5's microtransaction is an issue that was developed for that market. especially.
That's interesting. You know, I
I don't
wouldn't
know.
be
I still
surprised
don't
if
think
that's
there's
the
any
case.
real evidence that Kojima was the one who approved this. He got fired and or left either way. Like about.
I'm pretty sure he got fired though, because
I'm pretty
do you
sure he
think
got
that,
fired because
do you think that Kojima, right, would walk out on the project? He has too much pride riding on this.
also I wouldn't put it past the current CEO of Konami to put a gag order on him.
He is kind of have an ego problem.
I don't think so.
That's what I'm
I've met
saying.
Kojima. He seems like a really
Metal
cool
Gear
guy.
Solid. Metal Gear Solid 5. Everyone looks a really cool guy when you meet them. Metal Gear Solid 5. Metal Gear Solid 5 has directed by Hideo Kojima all over that fucking game.
No, it doesn't. What do you mean, me on the cover? Because that wasn't
It
on
doesn't
there.
have a cover, but the game will constantly. The game was developed by him over and over again.
Yeah, but there
Throughout
was
the
already
game.
proof posted that he was out like before the game was finished.
But they didn't remove his name from the game, did they?
They removed it from
His
the front
name is
cover.
all over. It's actually a
the
meme
beginning.
now. Hideo Kojima is a meme now.
Well, yeah, because they removed it off of the posters and all the intro covers and stuff.
That
It doesn't say
doesn't
on the front cover of the game.
matter. That doesn't matter because we know it was made by him because the game will constantly remind you that the game was made by him.
I don't know why that points to anything. Of course they're gonna do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think
He
this
has
is
a massive, massive
We
ego.
need to move forward, guys. We need to move forward. Otherwise, you'll
Yeah.
be here forever.
And
So-
also, I think we're gonna lose subscribers at this rate.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, like Metal Gear Solid. Okay, actually, I want to add something before I move on to Loot Gamer, because this is something that just came up in the middle of the week, and I kind of forgot to add it to the roster. And I'm gonna put this here because this is actually quite interesting. I actually came across this yesterday, which is why I didn't have time to put in the Titan pad.
okay.
All right, so Indivisible RPG Campaign is playable. It is playable as a prototype now, and it is an Indiegogo campaign-funded game. Let's see, it is. You can take a look at the campaign video, right? And apparently, it is made by Lab Zero Games, the guys behind Skullgirls. Yeah.
Odd.
I've seen gameplay of it, and there's a free demo on the Kickstarter. It's a really awesome looking game. It's still alpha. That's the reason why it has the Skullgirl sound effects and stuff like that. There's about things that they're ignoring the fact that the game is an obvious alpha. It doesn't matter that the game is a good chunk of the game is pretty much mechanics are there. The play mechanics are there. It could make itself a full game right then and there, but it's an alpha. It has placeholder sounds and everything else. Stop complaining about things that will be changed in the completed game.
But this game is actually looks really, really beautiful at this point already. It actually looks really, really polished.
Was it the same artist who did Skullgirls?
Yeah, and it's made by the same studio.
Okay, yeah. I'm sure it'll be really pretty looking for sure.
And if you notice, like the battle system, it really resembles that of Valkyrie Profile. And that is why I got so excited about this, because holy shit, and if this is going to turn out to be a spiritual successor to Valkyrie Profile, I can die happy.
I like that thing.
I'm excited for it. I just wish people would stop complaining about stupid shit.
Yeah, Koda, can you show the campaign video?
I'm already.
He already is.
Oh, cool.
Goofy.
Yeah, the game is planned for release on PS4, nice, Xbox One, and Steam. So that's yet another reason to own a PS4.
Demon only girl.
Yeah.
Alex A has one of my favorite artists,
Mm-hmm.
even though a lot of people hate his art for some weird reason.
Yeah. I mean, I really like that the exploration is
Not a lot
kind of
of
like
people,
a
just
side-scrolling
minority.
platformer, like in Valkyrie Profile. Yeah, I'm actually quite excited for it, because if this turns out to be well, if this becomes completed, it is going to be a sleeper hit on Steam and on the PS4. I
I think it'll be really, really fun. Yeah. I mean,
And it can run on your
Skullgirls
toaster.
has a- Yeah.
It can run
Alright, so Yeah, this is actually kind of serious though, because the reason I'm bringing this up is because this game has a Indiegogo campaign goal of $1.5 million, right? And here's the thing though, five of like the existence of this game as a finished product is dependent on the funding reaching that goal. Okay, so if the Indiegogo campaign fails, there will be no game because five of
There's worse. It's something worse than that actually.
yeah, yeah,
If Indiegogo fails, there will be no Lab Zero.
yep.
If I just looked that up, there will not be a sequel to Skullgirls. The good chunk of the people will have to be forced to
That seems like a lot.
uh,
It looks like it's pretty much got the
Yeah.
main basics laid down.
So it's pretty heavy, right? But if you
It's
really love
heavy.
Skullgirls, if you love the people behind Skullgirls, right, and if you want to see this game come to light, right, I would highly urge you to support the funding of this game because, like, the existence of Lab Zero, the existence of this game, and the existence of future games like Skullgirls and this thing is
Skullgirls too.
dependent on this campaign being successful. Because if this campaign isn't successful, their publisher is not going to grant them the money they need to polish this game. And without this game, right, there won't be a studio because they won't be able to, you know, have continue operating because they have no money. They are in trouble.
Yeah, I mean,
It's depressing, but I should say, let me put this as
They-
an opportunity for you viewers to save a good game dev studio.
because they do good stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
They had a lot of troubles, especially with Skullgirls when Konami screwed them over, and
Yeah.
pretty bad.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, why does it always
Oh god.
come
Yeah, I
Yeah.
forgot they did that too. Goddamn it, Konami, stop
Yeah.
it.
Konami was their
Damn it.
first publisher, and they screwed them over, and
Did you say
Yeah.
publisher?
Yeah, here's a better question. How
support
long
the
do
game,
we
and they had
have?
a whole lot of trouble trying to even get DLC
Let's see.
characters.
I see the campaign. When I took a look at it, right, it says 30 days to go.
Ooh,
28 days
Oh.
left now.
28
that's brand
days
new.
left. All right, so the campaign is right now 21% funded. So you guys have 28 days to come up with 1.2 million to save this company and to make sure that this game comes to light. It's
Mm.
It sucks
It's
that
pretty
really
heavy.
good companies are falling apart while the
Yeah.
terrible companies continue to thrive
yeah,
unabated.
this is pretty heavy. Like it's really tragic if this goes under because I really love this company and it would be really sad to see them go.
Yeah. I would like
Yeah.
to see them make more awesome games.
Remember, 28 days, 1.2 million. Can you guys do it? It's a lot to ask for, but
Yeah, true.
I think it'll be worth it.
Maybe if Star Citizen just gave a little bit of their extra funding to this.
You're a meanie.
I got another game I
Yeah,
wanted to
I
bring
really
up.
don't. Yeah, I really don't get it, right? Like it's like all those people who funded Star Citizen, right? A game that is basically vaporware at this point, could have made this game a reality by now.
92 billion dollars.
92 million.
I know. I stumbled. Yeah. Holy crap. Anyway, I had one thing I wanted to bring up, really quick. So,
Yep.
in light of that Afro Samurai sequel, there is an original story out on PS4 right now that is not doing super great because it's weird. There is a game coming out that was the art for was done by the artist for Afro Samurai, who is a great guy. Does really beautiful artwork. I'm trying to remember his name off the top of my head. I think Takashi Okazaki. He's a creator. But it's called Furry, and it's coming to PS4 next year. It was just on PlayStation Blog a little bit ago, and it looks really freaking pretty. And also, there's a dude in a bunny mask, so I'm going to be biased now. And the other one I wanted to just mention really quick is that's an indie game, and then Home Free looks really interesting. It's totally furry game. You play as just a dog running around a city.
Ooh.
And it's pretty free roam, but a different method than a lot of other free roam games. And it looks really cool. Like the graphics are very like. It's more like it's like a cleaner N64 graphics.
Nice.
You know, we
Nice.
still haven't gone through Loot Gamer yet.
I know we need Blue Gamer. Sorry, let's go.
All right, moving on
Okay.
to League
Can you
Gamer.
substitute for me for a bit? Yeah.
Beach
I
Bounce
don't
episode 2.
Hey guys, y'all talking about video games, right?
Yeah.
My brother is gonna substitute for me for a little bit while I go to the store to pick some things. So
All right.
Well,
there
okay.
is something there.
Yeah, does he
This is
know that
gonna
we're
be
going to be
weird.
talking? That we're going to be talking about perverted ones?
Sex
Yeah.
games.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Grum's okay.
We're talking about
He's trying to explain it. This is the best. This is amazing. I've never been this
Okay.
happy to listen to Grum awkwardly explain to us what we're going to be talking
Make
about.
this quick because we need to get through this at some
I know,
point.
we're
Okay.
dying. I'm falling asleep. We gotta do this.
Beach Bounce episode 2 is available for free as an update. For those people who bought
No.
Beach Bounce 1, is the episode 2 of it is available for free.
You said
Grum is just playing can kickball.
The adult version that's available on Manga Gamer is there, and now it has episode 2 for free.
Game where you can look at all the
If you
cute
buy-
girls on the beach.
It is a rom-com, and it has some nudity for good measure. According to AJ Teal, Beach Bounce is so far our most successful title, or should I say title.
Oh my god, why did you do that?
Gaining around 8,000 dosh or $12,000 from pre-orders and crowdfunding. Due to this, AJ Tilly announced earlier this year that they will be expanding the game, or should I say expand dong.
Oh my
I
god, why are you
promise
doing
you.
this to me?
A game, a promise in which they have fulfilled today.
That's so
So,
good.
let's-
Okay, so is it going to be on Steam is the question.
That's everything.
I
Why not?
Yes,
don't
it's
know.
available on Steam, but the Steam version is the all ages one.
Fuck that. No.
So yeah, it is pretty much the cucked version. So let's
We gotta
see.
get
This next
that. We gotta get
episode.
that hacking going on. Let's do it.
Yeah. So this next episode is developed by Yume no Mikata. Will now be available to all current owners of Beach Bounce. This will likely affect all methods of purchase, which would include the adult version that is available on Manga Gamer. Although this wasn't explicitly stipulated, For more information on how to obtain your free add-on content, you can check your retailer or visit the AJ Tilly forum, which also has special patches for non-Steam customers. The
Wow,
soundtrack-
so we can just,
The soundtrack also had an update and now includes tracks from the new episode 2. Let's see.
Cool.
There is still more to be seen from AJ Tilly and Beach Bounce. The store page of which states episode 3 should be released on the 14th of December 2015. Oh, so they're looking forward already. This will be a free update to owners of the base game, which isn't too bad for $16. The
Yeah,
publishers
really?
have
Yeah.
The publishers have announced that in light of episode 2's release, a sale for 20% off will be held. The sale will
It's
begin
even
on the
cheaper.
19th of October with no word on how long it will last. Beach Bounce episode 2 will continue from your last save file, referenced at the end of episode 1, so no special requirements are needed. It is worth noting, however, that AJ Tilly have said that there may be some issues with earlier save points, though they have tried to mitigate this. In any case, making a backup prior to installation is advisable. Also advisable, get the
One
game
second.
from Manga Gamer, not from Steam, because, boobies.
Boobies.
So good.
Wait, I think is Grum's brother with us?
Is Grass Gremlin?
Oh yeah, hey, what's up?
Hello,
how's it
what's your
going?
name?
Hello? Okay, I know. This is my first time doing a podcast.
Alright. Introduce
My name is
yourself to the viewers.
okay. My name is Movie Mel. I'm a director. I do
Movie Mill.
music videos, short films, movies.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Cool.
I like that kind of thing. I
Interesting.
am Alto. I'm kind of a fucking movie nerd and stuff like that. I like to do
Mm.
reviews. I'm gonna probably start doing some on this channel. Maybe I'll review some one of your
Mhm.
short films someday. Who knows? At
Oh,
Gramcast.
that'd be
Yeah,
good. That
I'm
sounds
Lady
cool.
Fusdale. I'm Lady Fusdale, also known as Valerie, and I am an artist much like your brother. Although unlike him, right, I do stuff every day.
That was such a low blow. Oh my god.
Also,
We're
I do
going to
music.
hear that eventually.
Also, I do music,
Yeah.
and I am pretty much the resident tranny in this group.
When you saying that you do music, what kind of music do you do?
Let's see, video game, instrumental, metal, stuff
Okay.
that you would see in MIDIs.
I
Okay.
just play bass. I'm not in a band anymore. I don't produce music.
Uh, so your name is Alto, but you play the bass.
I know, how crazy is that shit?
Yeah.
Valerie, were you saying Mideast? Are you saying you're from the Middle East?
No,
No,
MIDI like MIDI files, that kind of thing.
like the music you find in Doom and older DOS games.
That's a
Oh,
MIDI.
okay.
Yeah, that's a
MIDI.
MIDI.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm hearing Mid East, like Middle
Yeah,
East.
no, it does sound like that kind of. No, it's
Although
like.
although I do produce music for in the Middle Eastern styles from time to time,
Always
Okay.
fun.
but that's
I
beside
like.
the point.
Yes, continuing on with our lives. I think we're on Dead or Alive now. We're on Dead or Alive Extreme
Mhm.
3.
Well,
What's the subject matter?
We
Oh,
are
we're on.
we're
What is
currently
it?
covering Lewd Gamer articles, and Lewd Gamer, as you would know, is a website dedicated to covering hentai games or games with lewd content. That includes nudity, sex, rape, bestiality, child rape, all the depravity that you can
wow.
find in a video game.
You really mentioned that to him.
It's
But
fine.
yeah,
Your laugh is the gayest thing I've ever heard in my life.
but
I don't know
this
what
is
to say
actually
to
the
that.
fun segment of this podcast because there's a lot of bad porn games around, and we
There
get to make fun of
are.
them. Yep.
Okay, so when you're talking about this subject, what specifically are
Just
you?
randomly, just
Yeah,
whatever game comes up.
Yeah.
we'll pop a
I'll
link in
link
the
the
chat
articles as
whenever
they
we
come.
cover a new article. There's
you
no
know,
real cohesive theme right
So
now.
you know, why don't I just link the Dead or Alive Extreme 3 article, and then we can
Yeah.
start on
Okay.
that.
So let's move along. Like Dead or Alive Extreme 3 gets a Japanese premiere in February. The
Will it
next
ever come to
game in the
America? Who
highly
knows?
anticipated Dead or Alive Extreme series, Dead or Alive Extreme 3, will be released in Japan on the 25th of February 2016. So that is
That's the
3 days.
Yeah, that's the what is it?
This is the volleyball.
This is the
version.
volleyball one. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
This is the game that like it usually drives people crazy because the mechanics of how you get a partner do not make any fucking sense. It's just like, here, throw gifts at them and maybe they'll like you eventually. I remember playing this and I was like, why don't you like me still?
Yeah.
I've given
Well,
you
this game is
millions.
basically Boo Physics Simulator.
It's great. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's really great.
This
And
game is based on a fighting game, and it's the volleyball spin-off version of it.
yeah,
It's
and the
pretty
fighting game
hilarious.
is just as cheesecakey as this thing.
Okay,
It
so
really is. It's just
so Dead or Alive, it's are you saying it's within the hentai category? Is
I
Dead or
wouldn't
Alive
say go that
extreme?
far.
No, actually, this
has
is more on
some
the etchy.
very interesting physics. It doesn't actually have any nudity or
Yeah.
anything like
Yeah,
that.
they're
Yeah.
never 100% naked, but they're damn close.
Yeah, basically, this game is in here because it's incredibly perverted and very, very sexual in nature. Because
It's
Boo
just
Physics.
Tit Staring Simulator 2015. You know,
It's
like
actually a decent volleyball game, though.
it's a really good volleyball game, mind you, which is kind of funny.
Being that as a volleyball game, and it's I played Dead or Alive before. Would you say that particular game is usually promoted for women or for men?
I think anyone can enjoy it.
Yeah, I
The
think anyone
fighting
can
game
enjoy
itself
it.
is more goofy.
Yeah. You really shouldn't take it too seriously because at the end of the day, right, it's basically a game about bouncing tits and having fun.
Really is like. And now, just to give you guys a little background here, I'm gay as hell. Not as gay as QQ, but damn close.
I'm not actually gay.
Your laugh says otherwise, my dear.
By the way, the one with the blue avatar, his name is QQ.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty cool.
Okay.
He's a resident cute person.
Freaking adorable. You need to shut up. Anyway, I know you're not. It's okay, Q. He's not gay, guys. He's not gay. Not gay to waste.
I like them all, man. Everything.
He goes for everything. He'll eat a tree. He'll do a tree.
Yeah, if it's a cute tree.
It's gotta be a really cute tree, though.
Yeah.
Anyway, so just to give you guys a little idea, I'm super gay, 100% gay, no interest in vagina at all. Boobs are adorable. I think they're adorable, but I'm not sexually interested in them or anything about the female body, really. But I love Akiba's Trip, and I love the Dead or Alive games because they're silly as fuck. And like, at the end of the day, it's just a game about boobs, and it's very, very funny to me. Like,
I think the other reason why
I
you
played
like it
Cinnamon.
is the overly muscular men as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, I mean, I feel like for a reason, I feel like when you play these games, it doesn't even have to be for any sort of sexual gratification. Do you know how easy it is to look up porn on the internet these days? Just type that shit and you'll find it. Bam, you're done. You don't need this to jerk off to. It's just, I play it because I think it's fucking hilarious. It's silly, it's senseless, and it's fun. And I think it's great for that reason.
Oh, you enjoyed the podcast.
Well, fellas, we got Grass Gribble back here. He's
Come back here. Bye.
bye. I hope y'all have a good chat and much success and luck to the podcast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Alright, moving on.
Oh, wait. Is Graham back yet?
So we're talking about stupid shit.
Graham, why can't you be more like your gentlemanly brother?
Hey guys.
Did you even hear me?
What?
I said, why can't
Nope.
you be more like your gentlemanly brother?
What the fuck? Is that what it is? Why can't you be more like your gentlemanly brother?
Welcome back.
Whatever.
Welcome back.
Oh, God.
So,
Okay,
yeah, Dead or Alive.
Alright. Nutaku. The Girl Kingdom Nutaku by Nutaku is now available. Nutaku, the popular adult gaming platform, has announced a new title known as Girls Kingdom is now available on their website. The
I already
tag
saw
For their
this.
free-to-play collection.
Yeah. In other words, it's gonna tax your wallet as much as it would tax your blue balls.
Girls
Let's see
Kingdom
here.
is an action-adventure strategy game of an anime art style. Your aim is to seek conquests. Carve out a kingdom for yourself by enlisting the help of saucy heroines with lust as their weapon. The player
Sounds
may
like
pit your
Farmville, Age of Empires with tits.
The player may pit their kingdom against others in order to grow both it and their party. Yeah, grow it.
Grow their dick.
The adult element of the game is tied to progression. Where earning the trust of individual girls will lead to greater bonuses in bed, and eventually a bedroom. Yep,
You didn't have to stay in bed. Look at that.
I'm
did,
surprised
before
you
you.
didn't go for the boner joke.
the mechanics seem quite in depth with strategic elements shining through the penis. So the
Yeah.
game should likely be interesting on multiple fronts.
Sounds like misogyny.
I feel like I
Yeah.
have to take this. Oh my god.
I kind of weirdly curious what happened with my
Yeah.
brother.
Oh, I said I
There's nothing I
was
can
talking
say
about
about
how
the game.
I'm not into like girls or vaginas or anything like that. But I do find Akiba's Trip to be hilarious.
Your brother asked if he wanted to know our opinion if girls like Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball.
And I was like, look, I'm gay as hell, and I fucking love those games. I think they're hilarious. Basically, was my response. But yeah,
All right.
this
I have
game-
one thing to say about
yeah.
this game, right? It is not an Idea Factory game, so thank fucking God.
It could be worse.
Could be worse. Now, mind you, I have played a couple of these kind of games that are kind of like erotic strategy games and the like. One of my favorites was kind of Sengoku Rants. Has ever played that?
Yes, I remember that. I know that game.
The game's
Isn't
actually
that
really,
game
really
about
good.
the guy who's kind of a rapist?
He's kind of a rapist, yeah. In Sengoku Rants, he is sent to Japan in the era of Nobunaga, Tokugawa dudes fighting the big war of the shogunate and everything, and he becomes like basically a leader in the army and stuff. He needs to control units, and it's actually not a bad strategy game. But it was just kind of hilarious to me. I'm like, this is better than like any weird Japanese strategy game to come out in years. It's a porno game, like
With rape in
how?
it.
What game is this again?
Sengoku Rants. You should definitely play it. If you
Oh
can
yeah,
find
yeah,
it.
Sengoku. That game is actually surprisingly well
It's very
designed.
fun. It's fun. I like that game. It's
Rape
really
is
fun,
fun.
and he's kind of funny in his rapiness. Like, he's
Rape
a
is
funny
fun.
dude. I like
Here's-
that, but he's a funny
Apparently
dude.
retains all
Yeah,
the women.
here's gonna be
Very
a quote
adult
from
humor,
this.
but-
Yeah, here's
So-
gonna be a quote from this podcast. "Rape is fun" by Grass Gremlin.
Yeah.
Oh no.
This
Oh,
this
no.
podcast has become extra problematic.
Triggering so many people.
So, moving on to the next article. Remember how we looked at a League of Legends game last week? Here's
Yeah.
another one.
Oh my God!
Oh no.
Now this one's actually
Natalie-
good looking.
Queen of the Jungle.
Oh,
Yep.
Nidalee. Okay, why?
Nidalee,
Yeah.
Why you done
Nidalee.
it? Why you done it though?
Who is
This
this
one
person, and why do they make such great FLW? I mean,
I
not
don't know. They're
FLWs,
so
but,
good at it.
yeah, basically.
Mhm.
What is it? What's the name? What's the name of the thing on Steam?
These posters look really awkward in 3D.
They
It
do
makes really
but-
good. Is it the same studio? Is this literally the same group that made the
It's
Midnight
Studio
ones
W.
and stuff?
I mean, like the 2D artwork is good, but like
Yeah,
the
they did
cutscenes that they
Kunoichi
showed,
too.
it's just not very. It doesn't look very good. It doesn't look very convincing because everything looks like it has been covered in a layer of chalk dust.
Well, that's what you expect from God, what is the name of this program?
Poser?
No, it's
I don't
not
know.
Poser. It's on Steam. It's free. Anyone
Steam
can use
Studio?
it. It was made for Team Fortress.
Source Filmmaker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Source
Source
Filmmaker. That's
Filmmaker.
kind of,
That's
is that what
because-
this is?
Yeah, this is Source Filmmaker. That's the reason why it has that filter over the videos and stuff. Because
Oh.
if you've seen the Team Fortress videos, they have the same kind of filter.
It's actually a very nice 3D filmmaker thing. It works
Yeah.
very well.
Yeah, this is
Awesome.
the Source Filmmaker.
Well, so
I'm-
Filmmaker has a thing where if you don't put the right set of settings in, everything gets very grainy.
Yeah.
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 Not
It
much,
looks
Anyway,
nice though.
yeah, not much to say about this since it's just a flash game, so it would pretty much entertain you for about 15 to 30 minutes at most.
It's
Maybe-
not a flash game. It's
Uh-oh.
probably a video.
Not
No,
a
it
video
is.
or
It's
no,
just
it's a
in
flash
this flash
game.
game.
Really? They used Source Filmmaker to make a game out of it? I didn't even know you
Look
could
at the
do
little
that.
arrows at the bottom.
It's like you
Yeah.
were back in the 3DO era, but looter.
You can really choose shit.
But I do know the 3D models that are being posed are in Source Filmmaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
What
is
they
it
probably
that,
did
and then they
was-
pull skin over it.
What they probably did was make the videos in the source maker and then export it into a probably a badly coded game maker game or whatever.
I like it, honestly. It looks pretty cool.
Anyway, so yeah, this is probably good for maybe 1 or 2 links there. And then you're bored of it.
That should be our rating system. For
lewdness,
yes.
I give it 2 out of 5 wankings. Well, on to the next one. Now, this article is actually a review, but I liked the artwork, and I've actually been waiting for this game.
The first one looks really weird. The very first artwork piece looks very strange to me. And I don't understand what's happening.
Which one? The one on top, or
Yeah, the one on top, is the dick coming out of the vagina?
I found this artist's Tumblr, actually.
Really?
Yeah, it's Fuda
That's a neat
Girls.
shit.
It's Fuda Girls. And
Oh, okay, got it.
Japanese,
Futanari.
it's their clit turned into a penis.
Oh.
See, I'd be more into if it was just like a dick and like standard futanari.
Hmm.
I don't know, I like it, but it's weird to me, just the way the clit is changed.
Also,
I know,
that
really
explains
nice
a lot
artwork. They're
of
really
testicles.
pretty artwork, though, I have to say. Like, it's clear that they know what they're doing.
Mhm.
Yeah, the artist is really good. Artist is really good. I need to remember what Tumblr this is.
Ooh,
I don't know if they got any
there's
other art
tentacles
sites.
in this also. Tentacles and yeah.
Phantom dicks.
Yeah, this is actually quite good.
And different monster girls all getting fucked.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh my God, there's also a pros and cons section. Let's see.
That's what people tune in for this podcast for. Monster Girls.
Monster Girls!
Monster Dick Girls. Even
Monster
better.
Dick Girls. Yeah, I like the dickuses.
Yeah, and one of the cons is not enough Prue.
Put that
Who's
on.
Prue? I must know who this Prue is. She must become waifu.
I think Prue is the elf girl at top, the dark skinned girl.
No, it says Rauji.
Okay, now I'm wrong. Maybe it's the dragon girl.
Mhm. Let's see.
Who's Prue?
Let's see. Lewd factor, feminine dick, and exotic consorts abound. I love how they say feminine dick. That's the best kind of dick.
Enticing music and a delight to listen to for your deck.
Ooh, and here's a tag that you might be interested in. There's furry in this.
Nuh-uh.
Oh boy, that is
Where's
another
the furry?
reason why
Give me
I
the
picked
furry.
that
I
game.
want the furry.
Take a look at the tags at the bottom. BDSM, blowjob, bondage, cunnilingus, dark skin, elves, furry, futanari.
That girl
group
looks like a little
sex,
goat girl. She could be considered furry, technically.
Yeah. Lippy, soft, monster girls, paizuri, PC, slavery, tentacles, threesome, titfuck, yuri.
Wow, we're gonna get so killed by YouTube soon. Just watch. We're talking about tip fucks and Yuri. We gotta get them the fuck out of here. Possible demons.
I might actually
yeah.
take a look at this, because the artwork is actually quite good. I don't know.
Which one are we on? What's the title?
What?
It's the latest link.
Lewd review: The City of Alabast, the Menagerie.
Now, right
I'm going
now,
to show.
Okay, I found it.
I'm going to show the artwork, and luckily it won't show any nudity on the screen.
Why?
I said it won't.
actually,
show
it most definitely. Kota, we're at Loot Gamer. Assume the worst.
Yes.
But yeah, you don't see anything nudity at
Yeah.
the moment.
There you go.
Not here, but if you scroll up and scroll down, you're gonna
Don't
see a
let
lot
him
of
do that. Don't
See,
give him
I'm
ideas.
right at the right part where it won't show anything.
Cause
right
don't
the
get
right
us knocked
mark.
off. It'll be all your fault.
Yeah, we're gonna be so mad at you, Cody. You have no idea. We're gonna kick you in the dick, in
Ouch.
the man dick, the not feminine.
Wow.
Actually, knowing Alto, right? He would punch your prostate with his dick.
I could try.
So yeah,
Wow, fun
Moving
time.
on.
Next up.
Adult Gamer Network Rionani closing doors.
Sort of. What?
Indeed, yeah. The
Yeah,
Adult
we.
Gamer Network in
Oh.
charge of game Vixen Zone and SDT mods.
That
I
was
said
close.
SDT. it's, it's closing its
Ooh,
doors.
ooh, ooh.
If you don't
Okay.
know, Rionani is a place for all things Riona. Riona is an interesting fetish, but certainly not one that is outside the realms of other more tame fetishes. Let's see. Riona is a genre of usually drawn pornography that depicts a certain level of violence. That violence can be anything from sensual, physical harm to beatings or even psychological domination. I see. The difference between Riona and its cousin Guro is that the harm doesn't generally result in death or have lasting physical consequences. While the two are clearly defined, there is always bound to be some overlap, and in reality, Riona isn't that much different from BDSM. Yeah, Riona is basically the Japanese for masochism and sadism. So, fans of the kink will be sad to hear that Rionani will no longer be here for much longer. Detritus, affectionately known as that guy, has made a call himself in a rather lengthy post explaining his reasoning. As we come up to Rionani's sixth anniversary, I'll be closing its doors and the sites hosted under the same banner. Those also under the banner, as mentioned, are SDT mods and Game Vixen Zone. For anyone who is a fan of Super Deep Throat, created by Konashion,
Super Deep Throat.
uh,
Now on
you
the
may
Super
know
Nintendo system.
you may know
Sorry.
Super Deep Throat mods quite well. Super Deep Throat mods allows users to request, share, and discuss mods by SDT. The modding community for SDT is quite active. The game is very mod friendly, allowing for anything from monster girls to traps with megacocks. Similarly, Game Vixen Zone GVZ is also a community of modders specializing in the female genre. Oh, Vixen genre. GVZ hosts a ton of mods, skins, tutorials, and has quite a large
Googling
community.
this now.
Oh my god, Graham.
I am
Let's
Googling
see.
super deep throats. I need to know what this is because I've never heard of this
You-
before now.
You've never heard of this thing.
Now, in the discussion of the site closure, they tried to cite time constraints as his mainline reason, stating that he would like to move on with his career and find time for himself. While he didn't have much of a presence in both sites, Detritus did express regret for not maintaining them the same way he did Rionani. Let's see. So basically, he wasn't able to pay as much attention to the three websites that he is managing, and so he decided to shut them down so he had more time.
Hot.
hmm
Oh,
I mean, what?
So
it's
Rionani was a place where I could explore, discuss, and share my sexual interests, said Detritus. For me, Riona has been anything from a strange obsession and a shameful secret, he continued, adding that he learned to empathize with other users. Because of this, Detritus came to the conclusion that sexual repression leading to social isolation is incredibly harmful.
Hmm.
I agree.
I agree with that. Yeah, just be yourself, and also don't rape people. That's bad. And you're fine. There you go. You won. You won the
Yeah,
sexual not be isolated game.
Rionani was created to bring fetishes together, allowing people to discuss a part of themselves that may not be acceptable in the cold light of day.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah.
This is a
So
very
it's basically something else. GVZ, I guess, is the point of this article. Is the Game Vixen Zone
yeah.
is popping up in its place because they bought the domain.
hmm
So hopefully it'll be all right. I mean, I'm sure it'll be. I mean, according to the end of the article, it says
Mm.
Yonaniwa may be gone, but but in its place is a new bastion for fetishes.
Yeah,
So
that means that it's gonna be like a change of era, so to speak.
hmm
Yeah, so
these kind of things
this isn't
happen.
all bad news. And you know what? I would actually be behind this because I'm actually a masochist by nature, and I think that people being able to explore like being a sadist and masochist is actually quite important because you really do need to make a space for to be able to discuss this and to be able to enact this in a way that is not harmful or dangerous to either
I'm
party.
I'm gonna share something very personal right now and why I could never ever be a masochist.
Okay.
I was
Yes.
at a thing at one point, and my friends all decided let's do something dumb at this particular Pride event.
Uh-huh.
And I decided, okay, I want to try and get flogged on my butt because I don't know, I felt like it'd be funny, and my friend would probably take videos of it and be an asshole. Hilarious.
Mm,
And to my surprise, when that began, I just straight
got
up
knocked
started
out.
laughing. I just straight up started laughing because my butt is ticklish. There you go.
Hell,
That's the end of the story. That's why I cannot be a masochist.
So you cannot be a masochist because pain makes you laugh
No,
instead
because
of.
my butt
Guys.
is ticklish. That's why.
guys, I got knocked out.
What?
I mean, you got knocked out.
I don't know, but it was silent for some silence for a little bit, so I barely heard what. And
Graham missed my shocking confession.
Uh-huh.
I
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that I was a masochist.
Oh,
Uh,
that's hot. I'm gonna spank your butt. Anyway, no, I was saying I can't be one because
His butt is ticklish.
my butt is really ticklish.
okay, let's move on.
Anyway.
Actually, technically, let's move back to Dead or Alive Extreme 3 because there is going to be a design contest for the swimsuits.
Everyone just draw Kill a Kill swimsuits. That's all you need to do. Just please, I need the sailor suit, the Kill a Kill.
Mhm.
20.
What's the
Let's
point
do it,
of
guys.
What's the point of announcing a design contest for swimsuits for Dead or Alive Extreme volleyball if it's not coming to the U.S.?
I don't know.
Because
Well, to titillate the Japanese viewers.
To titillate the Japanese.
Yeah.
they
You know
just
what would be
talk
hilarious?
about it and be like, hey, you know, I'm American and I'm sending this in, and if you pick this, that means you have to localize it.
Because
That would
I
be
would
nice.
have totally participate if it wasn't for the fact that the damn game
Mhm.
was.
Oh, you know what
Fuck is
would be
the point?
hilarious? If the design contest, if, like a submission involved like a swimsuit that was from 1890.
It would be really funny if like some sort of like a meme ass design on it, like total dead meme designs on it, and then they just
Millhouse on the
never
nipples.
to America ever again.
Yeah, Millhouse on the nipples.
Oh my god, yeah! Oh my god, that'd be so.
And then
No,
Homer Simpson on the
no.
front.
It's just like a Lenny. It's just a Lenny face
Okay,
over and over
one
again.
second. Now, they have rules around the bottom. And
Uh
these rules are, all designs must be original. Original, yes.
Shit.
If your design has help from a third party, is deemed immoral nudity, is a copy of other entries, or does anything else that the judge considers unsavable, it will be dropped from the consideration.
Fuzztail,
Oh,
just
shoot.
draw one where it's like it's a totally normal like bikini and just the nipples are cut out at the top. Like
I was
there's
gonna do
The pin-
Ozzy's costume as a swimsuit.
The pin
that's
you
cool.
use for your design may be featured in some publications on their website or at their events, along with Koei Tecmo Games website. If this happens, you may make alterations to make it acceptable. Any copyright designers will be relinquished to Koei Tecmo Games and affiliates after the design is submitted. In other words, you can't copyright it once when you submit it.
Oh,
You give
it
up
might
all
suck.
ownership. Yep, you give up all ownership to it.
Well, then I'm not using that swimsuit. I'll use a throwaway.
Use the one I just said. It's gonna win.
I was gonna
No,
use.
won't. Like, they
I was
will
gonna
not even
use
let it go
this
that
one.
way.
I was gonna use this one. I linked it in the chat.
Wait, let me see, baby girl. Ooh, going.
Yeah,
The
that's
plaid
pretty much it.
without the the thigh highs parts and stuff like that. It just had
Look
the
at
hoodie.
little thigh highs. Look at little dang old.
It would have the hoodie. It would have the hoodie and the bottom parts.
Look at this dang old girly boy right here. You just got that dang old bolt right. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
But since I will relinquish the copyrights to it, fuck that.
Yeah.
I want to be able to use it in the future. I guess I'll make a variant.
Should get George
should make, like,
Costanza face
We
around
should
the
make like
front.
the gayest swimsuit ever.
Do it. It's like,
Mankini.
oh yeah, do a mankini.
A frilly mankini. That needs to happen.
God. And then just like put a feather boa around the neck. You're good. You did it.
Also, Gremlin, that is a really sexy swimsuit.
Yeah, I would. I'd be like, hey girl, you want to go back to my place and do our taxes? You know what I mean? You know what I mean by do our taxes? You know what I mean?
Okay then.
This is a
We're
lot. Sorry, holy moly! How do we make it through this? How long have we been here? 70
3
years.
hours.
70 years. Why is
3 hours
QQ so silent?
and 15 minutes.
Because he's playing Torchlight 2.
Yeah, and QQ's also gay.
Mhm.
What?
Nothing.
I think we've been over this already.
He has the gayest looking persona.
I know, and his laugh is super duper adorable.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's we're going on to the furry section, the
You're
final
gonna make
section
me
of the
laugh for it.
I
podcast.
want to tickle him like the Pillsbury Doughboy and just have him go.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Okay, one at a time. Calm down.
Sorry.
Something's lagging.
Oh god.
Okay, there. Okay,
Okay,
now time for the furry section of this.
the topic for
And
today
this
is
week,
what makes a game
I
a furry
decided-
game.
Yes, what Fuzztail said.
Well, if I still say you saw that. No, but
Yeah, let's not talk about a specific game this time. Let's talk about what makes a game furry. What can be considered a furry game? What-
obviously anything with
Yeah.
anthropomorphic animals.
QQ, let's start with your thoughts.
Let's see. So, what makes a game for? Yeah, I would say if it features an anthropomorphic animal or even a feral animal that is sentient. So I would include Okami, for instance.
Yeah.
What about werewolves?
Yes, sure. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, maybe. As long as the focus of that game is those anthropomorphic or feral
Uh-huh.
anthropomorphic characters,
So
it can't be
technically-
like your main character. I wouldn't consider Final Fantasy VII a furry game just because it has Red 13 and Kate sits in it.
Uh-huh.
It has to have more than 3 furry characters to be.
I think that's going too. That's a good roll.
Yeah.
I don't know.
There should
I
be
don't
a
know.
majority.
Would it also
I
count
would say if
for-
the main character is, then you don't have to have any more characters.
Yeah, in that case, that's
Yeah,
the
sure.
exception to the rule.
So
Now,
technically,
what
does that mean
about
Blood of the
Knuckles?
Werewolf? Does that mean that Blood of the Werewolf is considered a furry game or more of a lichen game?
And what about Nekos and such?
Yeah, Nekomimi.
Nekomimi, I don't consider those furries.
Yeah.
Of course you wouldn't.
So you would say that Blood of the Werewolf is a furry game, but not Blade Kitten.
No.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
consider Blade Kitten a furry game at all. I would consider. I
I-
almost slipped. Never mind.
Furry.
I'll lean back.
What would you consider furry?
No, they-
Undertale.
Oh, Undertale?
Undertale.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I guess so because it just features a lot of monsters that you encounter,
There's also
Yeah.
bunnies. There's bunnies in
Yeah.
it. 10 out of 10.
and the entire plot.
Characters-
Yeah, the entire plot of Undertale kind of involves you and your encounters with those monsters.
Yeah.
And the
So
bunnies.
if those characters play a prominent role within the group, yeah.
Well, which is pretty interesting because like the main characters, like the characters that you're playing, are human, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. So this is an interesting subversion to the whole formula of what makes a furry game furry.
This is like a lot of furry people, or a lot of the furry fandom loving Five Nights at Freddy's.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So yeah, here's another question, right? That would be raised is, does the furry fan following affect whether or not a game is furry?
Uh, I must
Uh,
have it has to, right? If you,
Well, I would provide a counterexample: Digimon.
Mm,
Like furries go bananas for Renamon and other the monster designs,
you
but
know that.
the theme of the whole franchise is not about it being a furry thing, but more of a having a monster for a partner, and having going into the digital world to fight other monsters.
Well, here's my 2 cents. Um, uh, I think that Pokemon and Digimon would not I would not consider furry because uh for the most part the monsters are considered more on the association, even if they are
Even if they,
a consideration pets.
Uh,
And I think anything that has that sort of denomination where humans are a bit superior to the characters within a, I would consider in any other RPG where you walked around and fought monsters who happen to look furry or are furry or something like that. Since anytime furries, the furry type characters are considered, I would say, second or third class citizens within the universe, even if they're being treated equally, I would still
well,
consider that furry.
that
on the
is an
other
interesting point
hand,
though,
we have
because like, what
Pokemon
about
Mystery Dungeon.
Hmm?
I
it's
would
true.
while I would not consider Elder Scrolls games to be furry games, I would consider the Khajiit to be a furry race, even though they are considered to be uh, uh, well, a bunch of skooma sucking scoundrels.
Degenerates.
Yeah,
Damn lion,
Yeah.
Jew cat degenerates stealing
Yeah.
my fucking
Even if a
skooma.
game a furry race overall a furry game, it just has a
yeah.
furry race.
I don't really think so, but on the other
I
hand,
would
right, in
consider
games
that
like
Oh
too.
the Elder
fuck!
Scroll, but on the other
Sorry, I
hand,
just
right, on the other hand, right, games like the Elder Scrolls series, right, it kind of predicates itself on it being a user-created experience. So in a way, right, it could be considered a furry game if the player considers it a furry game or plays it like one. So if they choose a
I
Khajiit character
I I
and
wouldn't
take
even consider that a furry game because a good chunk of the overwhelming cast is still
human.
mostly human.
humans.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
true, but it's kind of like the
I
nature of RPGs is that
I would
a lot of the
define it
experience is defined by the player and not by the content creator.
I
I
would
like
define it as a
Okami.
character is playing a prominent role or equal or prominent role within the universe in order for it to be considered
Well,
furry.
by that
Well,
logic, then
well, in
Suikoden
Skyrim
2
you could
is a
be
furry
a
game.
What?
yeah.
So by that logic, Suikoden 2 is a furry game.
Yeah, exactly. By that logic,
Kobolds are everywhere. They're actual characters that are in
Suikoden
your party. I
Suikoden
love
2
it.
will be considered a furry game. Yeah,
Yeah, but on the other
I would
hand, right,
concede that.
by logic, Skyrim could also be considered as such because you can be playing like a Khajiit Skyborn, right? Khajiit Dragonborn, and that automatically places you in the
There are
forefront
also
of the action.
Argonians there. I think a lot of people forget the secondary anthropomorphic looking race, and it's
Yep.
Argonians.
Yes, we must remember the Argonians for Eugene's sake.
Yeah. Wait, is Eugene in here?
No, he's not. But in
Oh.
case he listens, he would not be pleased with us if we were to forget the
Yeah, there's
Argonians.
Argonians. Eugene, don't worry, we didn't forget you, baby.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to define it. I think it's more based on the following and the amount and role of the anthropomorphic characters overall.
Mhm.
By the way, when I said "oh shit" earlier, it was because I flicked 2 pennies at the mic at the wall right when Graham finished talking, and it like hit a picture and knocked it over. So that happened.
Mhm.
Anyway, 2 cents. So
All right. So
yeah,
what about games where most of the antagonists are anthropomorphic features?
I don't know. That could also kind of be considered that.
Yeah, because
That's
like
there's
Teenage
a game
Mutant
called
Ninja Turtles. Yeah.
Vivisector, The Beast Within, where you pretty much play a human person with animal genes, right? Where he gains powers as he goes, right? And even though he remains based mostly humans, right? Most of the antagonists he fights against are pretty much furry critters that are cyborgs as well. Because why
Yeah,
not?
I want that that new game Furry,
Uh,
which I thought at first was furry until I listened to the name being
uh,
read.
uh,
Has a
uh,
lot of characters in animal masks,
mhm.
which I don't
Ooh,
know if that
okay, I
can.
have a question. Would the Odin Sphere be considered a furry game if you only considered like Cornelius's time like a quest?
I don't know.
Like,
How are
okay,
you
here's
doing
a
this?
spoiler. Okay, here's a spoiler, right? Because this for anyone who, for some reason, have never played the game, right? Cornelius was a very, very prominent knight in the world,
I know.
and then he gets cursed into the form of a puka. And a puka is basically this really, really cute, short, plucky race of bunny-like creatures.
Bunnies!
Yeah,
I would consider that in the realm of furry race, but don't consider Odin Spear overall a furry game.
Yeah, I
uh-huh.
agree with that. I can see that.
Yeah.
Because it's only
Maybe
a
like a
small
furry
part, is it?
storyline. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I think I still think that in order for a game to be considered a furry game, furry characters would have to play an equal or die within the game in order to be considered that. There's just a lot of characters who are universe, but if
Oh
it's
no, poor
predominantly
Graham.
mostly human characters, then
Uh,
I wouldn't consider it a furry game.
I
mhm.
can see what you're saying.
And yes, Raimi pukas are adorable.
Like, pugas are freaking cute as
Yeah.
shit, though.
Ooh, okay. Since you mentioned the whole significant part, right? Would Legend of Mana be considered that as well? Because a lot of the
Ooh,
cats are
maybe.
anthropomorphic. A lot of the class
Maybe.
are anthropomorphic, and one major storyline in Legend of Mana involves like
The
actually
fat
two
bunny!
major
The fat bunny!
actually two quest lines involve like those anthropomorphic characters. Like in one of them, right? One of them involves like let's see, um, like Dana and Merchant, right? And the other one involves the quest line with Sierra and Loki.
Hmm.
So by that logic, would Legend of Mana be considered a furry game since a big portion of the game involves these anthropomorphic characters as a main player in the quest storyline?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say yeah, because yeah, one of the main characters, like he's on the front cover of the box, is a giant fat bunny.
Yep.
Like I
I
love
love
him.
I love him. He is
I
quite a
just say
character.
that.
He's become a mascot of the Mana series actually. Do you think?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Even has,
my sound went out.
yeah, went out for me as well.
All I got was you think. What are you saying?
uh,
What were you asking me?
no, I was asking right about the whole. But don't you think that the trader, like the big giant fat bunny that appears in all the Mana games, should be the mascot of the series?
I never played any of the mana games, honestly.
Get the fuck
What?
out.
I barely
Get
played.
out of here.
Well, and I can't say never. I just never like
Mhm.
indulged directly with
Uh,
them. I played parts of them, but never
uh,
like actually like legit
mhm.
decided that
All
I was
right.
gonna sit play a play mana
All
game.
right. Here's another game that might be pretty interesting to talk about. Starbound. Would that be considered a furry game since there is a prominent race of bird people in there?
No.
No?
It'll be along the same lines as considering Elder Scrolls a furry game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Nicolo was the guy's name. Yeah, I love him. He's
Yeah,
so cute.
Nicola. Mm.
And now I am going to. I guess I'll get the Game Boy Advance mana game and.
The
Yeah,
Sword of Mana?
Legend. By the way, if you really want it, Legend of Mana, I'm pretty sure is on PS3 as like a PlayStation 1 classic.
Uh-huh. Get that.
Yeah. So
Is that
get
the best
that.
one?
That's the best one in my opinion because it's got a giant bunny in it. Come on,
Uh,
look at this guy. Look at this dang old guy right here. I mean, look at his face. Do you want that? Do you want that in
You're
your
just
game?
very, very partial to that damn bunny, aren't you?
I like
Mhm.
bunnies, man. I can't help it. Stop huffing at me. You know you go at me.
Hmm.
Sorry.
Bunnies are the whores of the furry universe.
Oh my god! I swear to God, I'm gonna slap you right in your face.
That's why you like the bunnies.
No, it's not. It's because I am bunny.
It's-
Also, I work with actual bunnies every day at work, and they're adorable.
I don't.
They're,
I don't.
they're,
I don't. I feel like, and this might be a controversial opinion, but I feel like people who have bunny personas or bunny furries,
don't. Oh,
I have a feeling that there's a one-track reason for why they have bunny personas.
not for
To
me
be
anyway.
honest,
Not for
because
me. I know a lot of people.
usually most of the time it has something to do with either sex or that the characters are cute. There's not like a deeper
No, I have
meaning.
a deeper meaning. I have a deeper meaning for
Like,
mine. My reason is because I
any
work with
other-
them all day and I love them.
I feel like any other animal, even cats, have a deeper meaning for why somebody would go like my person.
Except foxes.
But people
know
who
what's
pick
interesting?
bunnies get eaten by everything, so it's not like the most strong animals, so to
Yeah.
speak.
Mhm. I
I
don't
will
know.
kick you in
I
the
think
teeth.
bunnies are cute. I think like my Sona has a bunny form and a kitty form, and there's only one reason for that. It's
They're
cute.
cute.
Yeah, it's
Cute
cute.
little cutes.
Uh,
They're so dang cute, you know, just like little just hopping
People
around.
always feel like people who have bunny personas only using them to
No, I just really like bunnies. I liked bunnies
Because-
before I was even
Weaponized cuteness.
furry.
that have sex constantly are the most.
I thought those are foxes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
generally
that's
the
foxes.
Well, I always think that if someone pick a fox, there's always a better meaning for it. I mean, like
No, there is not.
No.
my brother chooses a fox as like his like spirit animal or thing like that, and I'm pretty sure it has no sexual meaning behind it. And
Your
Well,
brother.
it's always a deeper. It's a deeper meaning with foxes because fox is like it's like sly as a fox or
Have you
a
seen
lot of-
fucking? Have you seen hares? They're assholes. They're great. I saw a bicycle kick a chicken for chasing away from the seed once.
Well, we're
and
not
then
talking
run
about
away
hares. We're
before
talking
the
about
chicken could get back
rabbits.
up.
We're
We're not talking about
bunnies
hares.
specifically.
We're talking
Well,
about
bunnies
bunnies
are pretty much the
rabbits.
same. Bunnies are adorable. They like thump their little foot and they're like, "Yo, what's going on?"
Yeah.
Okay. Enough.
I don't know. Can we
Come
just?
on, I want to talk more about bunnies.
I'll talk about bunnies all day. I want to bunny
Alright,
up to
here's a
ground.
game. Here's a game that involves bunny. It's called Bunny Must Die: Chelsea and the Seven Devils.
That's actually a really fucking hard game, and I like it.
And
You
you know,
die in like
ironically,
5 seconds.
ironically, it is not a furry game because the main character, right, is a kimono mimi.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's a really good game. Like, it's really hard. You die a lot. You know what's another game? It kind of reminds you of Can I Really Be the Hero with the Prinnies?
Oh,
Yeah, you guys played that?
Yeah,
I
I
have
played
seen
that.
it.
I love those games.
Yeah,
I
it
love
Yeah,
looks
it
like
kind
both
of
of
reminds
those.
you of that because it's fucking ruthlessly hard and you die every 2 seconds.
It pretty reminds me of I Want to Be the Guy, but less of a dick about it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you get like what 9,000 lives in that game,
No, I
don't
think
you?
you're talking about the Chelsea
The
and the
Prinny game. The Prinny
Yeah, the
game, you
Prinny
get
game,
like
yeah.
999,100 lives.
Yeah,
in that
you
game.
get
So it
1,000
can be as
lives. You
hard
get
as it
1,000
fucking
lives.
wants
You
to
get
be.
You get
From the
1,000
start.
lives.
It's not
and-
even cheating.
Yeah, but you throw the 1,000, I think, and
You can
You
like
can use all of
spend
them.
that 1,000 lives.
no,
That's
yeah,
how
you gotta
crazy it is.
spend it because you die a lot.
Yeah.
Like you get to the boss and it's like, oh, I'm
You get
fucked.
1,000 lives.
It's
You
supposed
get 1,000 lives.
to pay
to use
1,000
throughout the
prinnies.
entire game, and
I like how praying they're just that expendable.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
yep.
Prinnies are great.
Isn't there like a hot fox girl chick that you fight
Anyway,
in
back
one
to
of
the
the
main-
stages in the
I
Prinny
remember.
game?
I remember.
Uh,
I think so.
Back to the
I'm
more
ca-
topic. What exactly is a furry game?
It's a game with furries in it. There we go.
Do
Case
just
pretties
closed.
count?
uh,
No,
Didn't we just
furries.
ask the same question twice?
yeah, we've been
I think
actually
we
like,
discussed the crap out of it already.
yeah, we've been
I
also
mean,
like,
I
we've been like,
I think
We
I've
just
already
feel
pretty
like
much settled exactly what one is.
Yeah, we all agreed on that.
I was just
nah,
trying. Yeah.
Then we just started talking
It
about
just
funny
felt like as
look.
if the yeah. It just felt like as if it kind of already got discussed and then died off so quickly.
Because we
That's
had
what
to
it felt
talk
like to me.
about Legend of Mana because Grim hasn't played. Grim need to play Legend of Mana.
I don't.
It's a good game.
Jaguar says, my persona is a Me-24 helicopter gunship. My NATO call nouns are Hind, Hinds, and Himself.
I'm very proud of you for coming out with that, Jaeger.
He so brave.
So brave, so courageous. So courageous. Just the man up in here.
I'm just
I'm
looking
sorry,
through my
the
library.
helicopter. That was
See what
very,
examples
very
I can find.
cis white male of me.
Actually, I kind of exhausted all of my examples from my Steam library. Oh, okay. Eradicator. Eradicator. Are you familiar
is
with that game? That is a very, very retro FPS.
Does it got furries in it?
One of the characters you play is a cat girl. A very nimble cat girl. And it's one of
Oh.
the... Like, okay, let
Oh.
me post a link to the game's webpage, and I think we can discuss this.
I feel like I'm like half dead now. Am I even human still?
Yes.
No,
We're
you're a
definitely
bunny.
You're
Yes.
Am I human or am I bunny?
You're a bunny.
Oh, thank God.
since you're in this podcast, you are right. So it matters.
Oh.
that
And I have to say,
was a
this
relief.
Yeah, I have to say, this cat girl in the third-person view has a nice ass.
Oh my.
Damn, look at Fuzztail just going for that badonkadonk.
Well, it's true. Like you can take a because this game is actually quite innovative in that it lets you play the game in third person, and it's actually one of the first games that lets you do so.
Which game are you talking
Eradicator?
about?
Eradicator.
That's so weird, but yeah, I'd like to play that in that case.
That's a cat girl in it?
It is $7 on Steam, and it has been ported by Night Dive Studios. And
Graham.
I'm gonna throw in
What?
some examples myself.
All right.
Go for it.
Could Sam and Mats be considered furry?
What
Yes.
is
Oh
it?
boy.
Yes.
Could what?
Sam and Max.
Salmon mounts.
Yeah? Yeah, I'd say
Even though
so.
their universe is bizarrely constructed in that it mostly is humans, there are two free for protagonists. So
And they're they're the protagonists.
Yeah, but then
Duh.
if you deny that, and then you would also deny the modern Sonic games, because you have like a cast of anthropomorphic characters in a world inhabited by humans.
The
In a
modern
world
Sonic games are
inhabited by
furry as
humans.
hell.
In a world inhabited by humans.
yeah.
One
Furry
hedgehog
instruction.
will go fast. This summer, Sonic, the Hedgehog, goes fast. Rated R.
I don't know.
Okay, there we go.
Coming to
Rated
you at
R.
90 fastest per second.
Rated R for no reason.
So
The
what do you
game
think?
ends
Yes or
with
no?
the developer walking in and performing several a stream of explicitives followed by the middle finger and then a 2-hour porn at the end. That's how you get an R rating. And then decapitates a person. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's just shadows in it. That's why I got the R rating.
Oh
Shadows
my.
is so
Like the
happy
game
to
was
be in
clean
it.
up to that point.
Yeah, then
Instead of
Shadow's
saying,
like,
"You're the
fuck
damn
shit-ass
Cancer
bitch. And I was
Bros."
like, oh.
Yeah. He's like, where's that fucking cancer?
Shadow's like, fuck shit ass bitch.
Where's
And I
the
was like,
fucking?
uh-oh.
Yeah, it's like okay, they got rated this R now. So it's like the last 2 minutes
This
of the movie for no
begins.
reason. He just appears like as like a
And
it's like a thing for a sequel, and he turns the face and he goes, "Fuck shit ass bitch cunt. This is gonna be one hell of a ride." Then it's like Sonic 2: Shadow's Revenge coming next year.
I actually would like a sequel to Shadow the Hedgehog.
They did innovative things with the way the story in Shadow the Hedgehog progressed that would really been cool if they were strapped to a better game.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if instead of Shadow, it's a Bubsy game.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
You and
Oh,
Bubsy.
boy. You and Bubsy.
Full edge Bubsy
Buzztail
is
Bubsy
in right
sitting
now.
in a tree. F-U-C-K-I-N-G.
Here's another question.
All right. Good God.
Here's another game question.
Let's not get our podcast banned, shall we?
We're not gonna.
Yeah.
We're not
Let's
gonna.
save it off the air.
No one
Here's
gives a
another
shit
game
about
question.
us.
It
Here's
will
another
eventually,
game
though. One day
question.
it'll be cool. It'll be super cool.
And
We're
then
gonna be
people will go
selling
dig through
t-shirts
our
and
archives and find
Well-
this, and they'll be like, "What was going
What happened? How
on?"
did these guys get
And
cool?
then
What the fuck?
and then it'll be like a scandal. I don't know.
Like,
So,
That cascade.
anyway, as I've been trying to say, so here's another game question then. What about games based on cartoons such as DuckTales then?
Yes.
I would
yeah,
consider
I guess
this
it
as
could
well.
technically.
Yes, that's furry.
Absolutely.
But it's a
But
cartoon.
today's standard
There's a lot of-
furry.
But yet,
There's a lot of
furries are not
people.
cartoon.
There's a lot of people, creators, who often say that things like Looney Tunes would be considered furry or stuff like that. But
That is
the
bull-
main reason why, the main reason why the furry fandom exists in the first place is because of those things. So
Yeah.
Yes.
And let's not even go into how Lola Bunny came into being.
she was actually created. She was actually created because the original design for her was too masculine and too close
So, like,
to
dude, I can't
bugs.
change my crank
So
to this. We need
they
to make her
wanted
sexier.
they wanted to make her look more feminine. And
Uh-huh.
the reason why why Lola Bunny looks sexy is actually by accident.
Well, no, I think it was probably because they were like, yo, I can't jank my crank to this man-woman over here. I need something hot. And they're like,
what
what about
would be
this
funny?
hot-ass shit? And they're like, okay, I
You
can
know what would be
totally...
funny, right? If instead of Lola being another character, right, Lola would instead be like this cross-dressing persona of Bugs Bunny,
Oh.
and then they would have this thing.
I
where
need to
now-
look it up. But she
2D.
wasn't. It wasn't intended for her to be so sexualized.
Bunny
so to
boobs.
speak.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah,
Bunny.
bunny boobs. bunny.
She like, hell, what was up with that in Space Jam? She had like hella boobs. I was like, what's going on? Why does that bunny have boobs?
And you know what? I think that the whole accident thing is kind of bullshit because of how they voiced the character.
Yes, you know someone was sitting there drawing like, come on, we gotta make her hot.
I need to look it up, but it's a
I mean,
lot
she's
of.
like- She's like, oh, don't call me doll.
Oh yeah, dude, Val, that gave me tingles. See, guys, voice acting can be like that sometimes.
Yeah. I gotta look it up, but I do remember it being unintentional that her design was based
With
on
no one admitted to designing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, they just all like took their hands off. They're like, nope, hand check, didn't do it.
that.
It was an accident.
we totally we were not intending on this.
We were up at like 1 in the morning drawing this shit, and it just kind of happened.
This was totally not intended.
Now, yeah, random other question. Now, what about video games that focus on alien characters? Could they?
No.
Sorry, I don't.
Depends.
Actually, I would
If the
say
alien character
that
is a race of something like that looks like bunnies, then sure.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
like, yeah.
I
In my
still
opinion,
wouldn't
like,
consider
actually-
aliens furry though.
Well,
It
if it's
actually
like,
depends.
yeah.
Like, if an alien race is based on an anthropomorphic animal, like that one cat race and that old space game, I think Master of Orion, was it?
Hmm?
Like that
Oh,
race,
yeah,
cat race, Master of
yeah.
Orion.
I guess.
Then I would consider that a furry race, but then again, they aren't the main focus of the game, so it wouldn't be considered a furry game.
What was that tactical spaceship game where every alien race was a different anthropomorphic animal?
I have no idea.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Star Fox
Well,
Tactics.
there can be an alien race of anthropomorphic animals, and that would be considered furry. But if you got something like just like what
Like
you
if
would say
they're
are
if they're
typical Star
stereotypical
Wars
grays or something like
style,
that.
yeah, I don't consider that furry. I wouldn't consider that furry.
Yeah.
And how about MMOs with anthropomorphic races?
Well,
No,
it depends. Like, are
let's
the
just say WoW,
anthropomorphic
for
races
example.
a significant part of the roster? If
Well,
so,
let's take WildStar for instance.
yeah. So,
Where they have two.
I would say that WoW is a lot closer to being it than, let's say, Guild Wars 2.
And what
Yeah.
about like WildStar, like QQ said?
I don't really know because I've never seen WildStar.
I've never played it. I've just seen the trailers to it.
WildStar has only two races that are anthropomorphic characters. One
Ah.
is a race of these bunny cat people. They either have cat ears or bunny
Orin,
ears.
they're called the Orin. I
Yeah.
haven't played as them, I promise.
They're on the exile side, which is
Liar.
considered the good people. And then you have the rat mice people that only have one visible gender, which is male. You can't pick between either
The
male or
two
female.
are
of course.
ridiculous. They're like crazy little rat.
So
gremlin
basically, they're
hamsters.
gay. They're a race of gay rats.
Yeah,
A race of
And-
gay rats.
gay
And
psycho
reproduce-
rats.
And reproduced by giving birth to ass babies.
And reproduced by giving birth to ass babies. Okay.
Well, there was like spores, like the orcs from Warhammer.
This is why people come to listen to this podcast, for ass babies.
Or you have like, or
Guys.
just the females have mustaches and such for it.
I'd like to take a serious moment here, guys.
Yeah.
If you see a woman with a mustache carrying an ass baby, please don't just wait. Call somebody. That ass. I can't even finish that sentence. Oh, fuck it, that was too much. Oh god, can we let it end? I'm dying.
Come on, Kota. Come on.
Well, I
So
think
where are you
that's-
Shut
taking
up,
us,
find
man?
Well,
Just
can we,
ask
do we really want to end on gay ass babies?
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, then we'll end on that.
Okay. Well, it was a very lovely episode this week, and I hope
It was a lot of fun.
yes.
Yeah, it was.
It was. I think we all learned a little something about friendship.
Yes.
What was that?
That it's good, and I love you guys. You guys
Anyway,
are my friends.
Oh.
beautiful body touching magic.
Aw.
Bunny touching magic.
Why are you touching my bunny? Okay.
I'll touch
Oh,
my
ruin.
butt for $1.
That's it.
You know bunnies are cheaper than that.
Hey, you gotta take me to dinner first. You better not be no McDonald's. You better take good food.
Dinner? No.
Also, you're not expensive taste. He wants sushi all the time.
I do. It's true. I have a problem.
And
You have a problem.
good night, everyone.
Good